So, as per usual, does anybody have anything that they already know they want to do?
I do for my minor.
Okay. Let us just start with okay. So we'll start.
Already threw her hand up.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
we've got the two of these. We've got the bottom row who at least have some idea of what they want to do first. Wordy, do you know entirely what you want to do?
Just need a little clarification, but I have a pretty good idea.
Okay, what's the clarification?
Wanting for the minor, I'm wanting to rename the trouble.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's not your high concept, that is allowed.
Yep. Basically, I've been feeling that we haven't done as much with her burning her bridges and such, so I'm curious about renaming the trouble to kind of just more of her brusque personality, like causing her issues with interactions.
Okay.
So just emphasizing that more. Just that's how she.
Do you have how you want to word it, or
people don't exactly like me.
okay? That's your minor. You want to do for your significant?
Put up provoke from +3 to +4. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I can't do that because the pyramid's broken.
You're fine. Skill cap's at 5 right now. So if you want to, yeah, I don't give a shit about that.
No, you're good. I have 3, so it's still good, anyways.
Yeah, I don't care one way or the other. So, all right. So provoke is at +4 now.
Cool.
All right, that's Patty done. Troy, what you got?
All right. So for the minor, I was going to switch crafts and empathy.
Okay.
I'm going to bring empathy down to a 1 and crafts up to a 2.
So you want to make a 2 and 1. Let's see. Switcher.
Yeah. And for the significant, I only really just need a little bit of advice on this one. So I had 2 ideas I wanted to do with this one. Not sure which one I want to go with yet, and that was now that I have crafts to up 2, upgrade that to a +3, or upgrade fight to a +3.
I mean, okay, so what I would, you mean, Patty's already got her shit figured out for this. For the other 3 of you, I would probably counsel you to consider this last arc that you just endured. That's, I already know that's where Patty's spread is coming from and what Wordy's doing with that. So, like, yeah, I already know Wordy's thought process behind that. I would tell you, think about what you have just undergone and think about how your character is going to react to that moving forward, and see how that feels for you then, thinking about that, right? Like, is Troy, has these events taught Troy that he needs to get more physical? Or has it taught Troy that he's ill prepared as a net runner, and that he needs to, after having witnessed the run that was done, the contract run that was done into the well, and what can be done with, like, actual runs and what can be done with like crafted code and that sort of thing? Like, is he like, oh shit, I need to get better at writing code? Or is he like, well, maybe I'm not cut out for that and I'm going to use the physicality of my body? Where's his and your head at in that, based off of what he's experienced and then projecting forward with that?
What I was thinking was, since a lot of those skills apply to net running, that fight would increase some of his net running abilities. Because I've had to use fight a couple of times on net running stuff, haven't I?
Generally, I give you the option of using hack for that. Okay. So you can, if it were me, if you want just straight the GM's knowledge on that, Troy needs to get better at building his own gear. Troy needs to be able to get better, ideally, at building stuff on the fly. Because if you nail those rolls on the fly, then you don't have to worry about rerolls and, extended time frames. And I'll get back to that project. Troy can work in milliseconds. And if, Troy can look at a network and create a bespoke virus or a bespoke piece of kit for that purpose in that moment using a crafting roll, and then execute it with a hack, right? Like that's your ideal like loadout for Troy. If you're going to stay in the digital realm, then yeah, Troy would ideally get better at creating code and then executing code. He's already, that's your +4. He's already really good at executing code. But it comes down to, you may not necessarily have the right tool for the right job, or you can then build something using your imagination. It's like, okay, I have a building full of cameras. I'm going to knock out a quick self-replicating virus that's going to infect every camera and just mount itself onto flash itself to its firmware really quickly, and just take a 30-second repeat and, reload the video from that 30-second repeat. Roll your craft to do that. Roll your +4 to execute it. Job done sort of situation. Right? Like that's if you really want a heavy hitter net runner character, you want as high a hack and as high a craft as you can basically get.
And useful from a narrative perspective, you can start emphasizing more of that being part of the system itself rather than just like an individual instance. You can start leaning more little Dr. Manhattan as an option too, if you build that craft up.
That was about what I suspected would have been the advice and what I thought was going with. I just wanted to double check on if the fight would have been just a good idea. So, okay, yeah, so switch the empathy and the crafts, so empathy's 2, and then upgrade the crafts to a +3 is what I want to do.
Is done. Also, don't forget, mentioned earlier, yeah, that's what I thought. Hold on. 3, 2, 3, 2. You all have more than you all have at least 2 blank aspects.
I have 1.
Yep.
You can have a total of 4 aspects or 3?
4.
Okay, so yeah, I've got 2.
Yeah,
aspects.
Your trouble counts as 1 though, right?
Yes. Well, the way I spec your character sheets, you can have you have your high concept, your trouble, and then you have 4 aspects.
I only have 3.
Our sheet only has room for 3.
I have you ready for 4.
Okay.
So be aware, you all have blank aspect spaces.
Yeah, I have some ideas on the back burner for those, but I figured the craft thing has been kind of a necessary thing for a little while. Let's just get that out of the way.
Okay. Well, aspects, this isn't a part of milestoning. Aspects can be written at any time.
That's true. Yeah.
So that can literally be done in a moment in gameplay. Like you can interrupt a scene and do that. Like my aspects can be written at any time.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. So let's see. All right. My 2Ks. Real.
Okay. So, Kai hit exactly where I was wanting to go, and I just wanted to make sure that was the right perspective. This last arc, all Krill really was a mad fucking scientist and an emotional wreck. In fact, even mentally breaking a little in between there. And I just realized that Krill's trouble isn't doing her much good right now. It's not something Kai's calling on much, and it's not something I'm calling on much. And while Krill may not love this body, it's not the same turmoil her old one was. I wanted to change the trouble to something Kai could pull out a little bit more often and have a bit more fun for. Thinking of swapping the trouble to Mad as a Hatter. Or other phrasing is, what an utter quack.
I like Mad as a Hatter.
Mad
That's
as
pretty
a
solid.
Hatter.
Done.
In turn, I also wanted to write an aspect, which is the voices let me do bad things. Which, in moments of stress, would basically be an aspect to pull out as either Krill's intimidating somebody, or she's pulling the trigger where others would be afraid to.
Can we say...
How do you want to phrase it?
Well, I'm just gonna suggest.
Yeah.
Because if you want let, by all means, the voices say to do bad things.
Okay.
Because it feels like if you do the voices let me do bad things, that speaks to Krill's innate character. Krill wants to do bad things, and the voices let her, right? Whereas the voices say to do bad things means Krill's character is ambiguous or whatever in that statement, but the voices are in there encouraging it. She doesn't necessarily have to listen to them, and maybe she isn't that way, or maybe she is, but either way, it frees up Krill's natural character to be further explored for you, and then gives you that sort of mental illness vibe.
I like it.
Okay.
So with those two, the last one I think is pretty obvious. Crafting is going to go to a +5 because I don't think I made many other rolls at all that last arc.
Back to you. First +5 on the board.
Nice. Let's go. +5. The third aspect is the voices say to do bad things, right?
The voices
I have
say
I have the voices say to do bad things.
Gotcha. Cool. Just writing that down on a little sheet.
Yep. Alrighty. I'm going to save.
Okay. Our little hemming and hawing person over there, having gone back and forth in their head multiple times over. Do you have an idea of what you want to do? Yeah.
I was, because the biggest thing that Karen evolved in the last arc is actually relying on the group, like opening up to them more, at least.
Okay.
That's her biggest change.
Okay. So I was thinking about this. I didn't think about any of your guys' characters, but I did think about Karen for a moment.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. I look. It's like a parent who knows when their child needs help but isn't going to necessarily ask for it, right? It's that same instinct, I'd imagine. It's like, look, I know you guys were fine on this. I was thinking about this. The first thing that I'd suggest is that you reword your aspect. The tone you're looking, the character tone change that you're looking for speaks in that aspect. I know how to take care of me. One word. I know how to take care of us. That speaks volumes. And then that frees up your point spending to have a little fun with metagame mechanics. Because all of the narrative structure, all of the tonal characterization that you were looking for is taken care in that one word change. And then you could go play the game over on the character sheet.
It's the quote, the line from The Good Place. You finally figured out how to go on from just me to us.
So, all right. So I'll read. I shifted that in your aspect. There's your minor.
Well, the two things that I think of first is to bump report to 5, because it's. But I mean, how often do I actually roll with that? But the one that I do is notice and investigate.
Okay.
Those I do roll very often on.
Okay.
So I would say one of those, bump one of those to a 3.
I would say, as a synthesis here, Addie is leaning much more harder into the empathy and provoke. So she's much more aware of specific behavioral details. So possibly, if we put into the investigate, that allows us to both notice people and then assess situations better. That's an option.
Yeah. I mean, they're both useful. So yeah.
Absolutely. Do what you want. I'm just saying that's how I'm thinking about it. But if you find a certain way you want to go, fair enough.
I also like the idea of Krell not being the investigate mule. Plus, if Karen does go more into investigate, keeping Trix around is going to become even more useful, because then you can just utilize her the way Krill did. Another set of eyes for you.
So the biggest difference between investigate and notice is active on my part, correct?
Focus.
Hmm.
Investigate.
Mm-hmm.
You're querying a thing. Notice is
like I agree with Krill and Wordy, Patty, whatever names we're using today. I agree with both of you, but in like meta gameplay, I think notice is more important for Karen.
Sure. That's fine.
It's
Come
more
up
yours. It would make more sense to be your strength, because when you investigate, you're more doing empathy check. That's where you focus. So notice lets you read the room more.
Investigate feels like I need to be intelligent about the thing too, and Karen's not that kind of person.
You'll still be
I mean, some things, but
you still will be stopping Krill from being the notice mule. So
I think I'd have to go notice.
what you will have to consider. Is that you're going to have to break part of your gaming habit and actually prompt rolls for that.
For the notice?
Yes. You're going to, I mean, that is something I would actually like all of you to remember, and a little bit maybe. that like because I prompt roles, you do get reliant on me prompting roles. Whereas like especially like D&D and stuff, it's like, okay, like I know it's like heavy on that side, but it's like you guys can at any time use a role to challenge and to do work in the scene. And so if you walk into a bar, you can drop that notice roll, right? Like you can work the narrative as well, and then you can fall back to that role, right? Like you can absolutely like use this. It's a tool at your disposal. It's like when I encourage you guys to use the fate point economy, right? That economy exists for a reason, right? It's like use it. Those roles, these points exist for a reason. Use them. If you like you in a conversation tend not to like to use them, that's fine. I'm happy to work that way with you, and we work well that way. But for Karen walking into a scene and engaging grifter sense, right? Like there's no narrative, like you absolutely can do the narration on that. You can do like, you know, the sort of, I look around the room, I pass my eyes over things. I unfocus my vision, you know, yeah. Fucking seagull vision, man. Fucking absolutely roll that shit out. Narrate it however you want to narrate it, but then prompt the roll yourself and be like, yeah, I want to roll a notice for the room now.
I will say the natural habit and fear that got built here is if we roll, we can fail. If we don't roll, it usually is a mediocre success.
But remember, yes. But I think if anything has taught you anything, this last arc, you failed epically, but it still came out a more interesting story for it. It's not D&D where rocks fall, you all die. Right? Like, you don't have to have that existential level of worry for what's going on in a game of Fate. So, fucking who cares? Utilize the fate point economy. I taught you how to game it, right? Like you absolutely know how to game the fate point economy, use the fate point economy and use those roles to your advantage. And if you bootstrap these to each other at the same time as accepting that oftentimes the shitty role makes for a more interesting story, but you have the power to change that shitty role possibly. So who gives a fuck? Like when it all shakes out, who gives a fuck? But also you can work it. So yeah, I if you're going to go, just, you know, investigate is I want to look at the fucking latch. Notice is I walk into a room. What do I see? What stands out to me?
I'm going to go notice.
Okay.
Show.
Notice up to 3. All right. That is everybody's milestoning done. That took a lot less time than I expected, to be quite frank.
We're slowly gaining competency.
Yeah.
And honestly, we talked about this before session, and I even said bluntly, I'm like, guys, it's our 4th level up. Kai expects us to do this faster.
I expected you to not.
Well, it's
okay,
on you for
you
low
wanted us
expectations.
to do it faster.
Competency is always appreciated.
Teacher, I'm always retarded. I just managed to be cool about it.
Do we have an updated master list of all of our
I'm working on it right now.
Thank you, Caboose.
I will say, Kai, I
Figured
did
somebody
notice Intimidate isn't a thing on our list of skills.
It's Provoke.
It's Provoke.
I thought Provoke was more like get in my face, like
all of it.
a pole.
Yeah, it is. But if it's sort of okay, so if you're equal or close to equal, right? If Patty rolls a Provoke and the character that she's rolling against gets a shift of 2 underneath her roll, right? They're going to get angry. But if Patty rolls a provoke and gets a shift of 7 over that character, that's an intimidation.
Okay.
Yeah, like if somebody comes at you and metrically, right, like is 7 points more aggressive than you are prepared to handle, congratulations, you just got intimidated.
Okay. And then there's one more question, because this is even one that comes up at D&D tables. There's a fine line between intimidate and invoke fear. That's still in provoke, would you say, or is that more you got to be creative if you're trying to do the line?
You're going to intimidate is like intimidate tends to just be you could also, I mean, to be perfectly honest, if you wanted to argue it, you could intimidate using will, a will roll. Depending on the tonality. If you wanted to make that differentiation from a fate perspective, and you wanted to do like that sort of like fear, like existential fear versus physical intimidation, then you could differentiate between the provoke and the will roll. I wouldn't. I would just use a ladder adjustment. Like I just said, like I just, it's like, you were 1 point over, is shift of 1 on a provoke roll, whatever, right? On a will roll, whatever. That's sort of like, okay, yeah, they're just doing the math. They're doing the calculus in their head, and they're like, it's probably not worth it. This bitch seems a little crazy, but I think I could take her, but nah, it's not worth my time. It's, if I'm going to stand down, right? You hit that 3 mark territory, and it's like, oh shit, no, yeah, I'm not ready for this. And then fucking shift of 6 or 7, something approaching a legendary, right? And now you've got a person who's like just running. They're just running, right? Like it's like instincts take over at that point. Fight or flight kicks in, and they flee. Right.
Caboose, I'm looking at the doc you just dropped. So you're going to need to revise Patty's aspects, Krill's aspects, and only the first one of Karen's aspects.
Yeah, I changed it. I know how to
Right.
take care of us.
I also just uploaded my new one, so it should be pretty easy.
Yeah, like for example, Patty doesn't have the MedTech gear aspect anymore. She's got her first one at Old Instincts, and then her second one at My Friends Matter Most. And then her trouble is people don't exactly like me.
Oh, and Caboose, it looks like that because you're not opening it in Firefox. When you open Krill's.
I'm not opening it, and I'm opening it in Acrobat.
Yeah, I know. You can't see anything unless you open Krill's PDF in Firefox. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
If you edit it in Firefox and then save it, the only way you can view that file now is in Firefox.
Oh, that's frustrating. I'm sorry, y'all. I had no idea that was the case.
Mine's the same way.
I've got the trouble Matt as a hatter, Hands of Creation and Destruction. My plans come second to none, and the voices say to do bad things. I don't want to touch that, so I've just got it right there.
I can just do this for you, Caboose. There you go.
Okay, no, I just opened up in Firefox.
Works, don't it?
It's it still says her old info.
Oh shit.
You open up the most recent?
Control F5. Still the same?
Same.
Can't help you then.
At that point.
Oh,
Firefox.
what the fuck? The file I uploaded didn't update. Sorry about that, y'all. That's on me.
I just need to make sure I have the aspects correct.
Oh, I see what's happened here. Sorry about that.
Is human error or tech error at this point?
That one was a mix of both, but mostly human error. There we go. That should be better now. I think I got all my wrapping done before Christmas Eve.
Nice.
I usually end up getting forced to work up until Christmas Eve, and I'm wrapping the morning.
Well, glad you got it done early. Yeah, I'm getting my partner a DVD player because they want to have like physical DVDs instead of dealing with the risk of something being pulled offline.
I'm getting a new studio production board.
Nice.
Bought my own gift for me through Dave's phone.
Hmm?
he hates it, but he's accepted. He's incapable of shopping for me. So it's like I'm like, you get to wrap it.
Well, at that point, you just find very niche exercise equipment and see if it works.
We're doing like a stock. We're just gonna do stocking stuffers this year because we're kind of low on money.
I mean, yeah, moves and and renos and shit like that. I'll can do that.
Yep.
In there, my ex often had to do just stockings, and then because we were both artists, we just come up with an art piece for each other that year.
We're barely exchanging stuff because we're going to Disney World.
Oh damn!
What?
Family trip?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm not going to be here next week.
I mean, I'm not going to be here either next week. I'm heading down to Tulsa to spend New Year's Eve.
Okay.
I will be in Florida.
Can't
So
even go California?
Oh no.
Disney
Well, I
World.
wanted Disney
Yeah,
World.
no,
Come
that's-
on.
Disneyland.
Disneyland fits in one of the parking lots of Disney World.
Yeah. Just
Fair.
not the same.
Yeah, it really isn't.
Not even comparable.
I mean, I've only been
Like,
to
I hate
Disney
Florida.
World.
I would still go to it for Universal.
Yeah. I've never been to Disneyland in Cali, so I didn't know.
I mean, okay. It's not teeny tiny. It's just that Disney World is a different scale entirely.
Yeah, I've been to Disney World, I've been to Orlando, Universal, so like I'm very familiar with both of them. First time I went was a marching band trip. We marched in the Thanksgiving Days parade. And then family took us on a family vacation towards Disney World and Universal. And my mom and my siblings rode the Hulk like 10 times in a row. I got sick after the 3.
I definitely do want to visit Disney World at least once in my life. Because I've seen like some of the shit that they have there, and like it's way more high. It's way more high tech than Disneyland, and Disneyland's really fucking impressive already.
Disney World.
As an adult, I kind of resent my family not taking me to Disney World at an age I could actually remember or experience most of it. That's smarts.
I grew up going
Yeah, I know. You used to grow up I've only ever been to the East Coast once in my life.
It's, yeah. And so like I have that they took me when I was too young, but they also took me when I was older. So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Me too.
Yeah.
My dad.
First time I was like 5. The next time I was like,
there's pictures of me as a baby on the I was a baby.
Jeez.
They didn't go for me.
Yeah. My dad's in love with the East Coast, but we don't go to Florida really.
Wait, which one of them is a Disney parent?
It kind of both of them. Kind of both of them were. They both enjoyed it. Yeah. Yeah, because my father is like, I mean, remember, I used the word douchebag, and he chastised me for swearing, right? Like, he's super wholesome, like, the swear words are bad, sort of thing. Guns are evil, and like, so that sort of Disney universe of rounded off edges, right?
It's a small world
Definitely
after
appeals to
all.
that psyche. And my mom enjoys like the old stuff. Like, she did none of that new stuff, but yeah, she enjoyed, all the old Disney animation she enjoyed.
Respect.
So yeah, they both seem to enjoy it.
Is she a fan of Dumbo?
I mean,
A
she
real fan?
hasn't watched any stuff in years now.
Dumbo isn't
But-
even in the top 5 of most racist Disney animations.
Yes, but
Like,
it's the one that
you know-
comes to mind first, so that's why I said it.
No, it's all about the
Have you
crows,
seen-
baby.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
seen
Yeah,
Song of the
it's-
South?
Yeah.
There you go, Caboose.
Let me just say the first shit that comes to mind. Fuck you.
Let's just
Splash
make a
Mountain
move.
and Briar Rabbit.
Yeah.
Before I moved,
Let's
I was
ju-
doing a service where I was offering to digitize videotapes. I'm going to be offering that again. I just need to get that set back up. One of the customers who actually lives in the neighborhood I just moved into gave me a videotape of Song of the South
Hey,
to digitize. And she
You know
says to
what?
me blankly, "Keep this on the download. This video is illegal."
It's illegal. The woke Karen's coming for your videotapes.
Well, she probably heard that Disney doesn't let people see it, and then the boomer brain went, "Oh, it's illegal."
Yeah, basically, it's what she would. She paid me $200 to do it, though, so I'm not going to complain.
There you
I'm
go.
And I'm going, yep, you got it.
Okay,
no one's gonna know a thing about this. Shh.
Well,
Never
you
tell
have-
a soul.
You have the CEO of Antifa right above me, so, if shit goes down.
turn you in. Pardon myself. Full an astral.
Fucking Christ.
Snitch.
Fucking
Bastard bitch.
Okay.
fucking schizo-dob.
I would love to run into him in real life and just take my club to his nuts. So satisfying.
The Song of the South was re-released in theaters several times after its original premiere. In 1956 for the 10th, 1972 for the 50th of Walt Disney, 73 with the Aristocrats, and in 1980 for the 100th anniversary of Harris's classic story.
Nice.
Well, we
Oh,
just
and then
need
1986 for the
that
40th for
that's
it. 86 was the last time that was in theaters.
By the way, I did go on the Amazon. You can buy it on DVD on Amazon.
I'm pretty sure it's
Are you
pre-owned,
kidding?
though, probably.
Disney owns the rights to it. They'll take your money.
I'm pretty sure that might be secondhand at that point.
Yeah, that's
I may
more
not have
likely.
passed that to her though, and just have digitized the videotape and burnt
yeah.
the DVD for her.
Yeah.
But still,
You never ruin your clientele, right? If they want
Yeah.
to figure it out on their own, that's on them.
Dude, you charge
They want to feel special.
you charge a premium. You're trafficking in illegal goods.
yeah.
You charge a premium now.
Now it's $250 and
Yeah.
an extra $10 to keep your silence.
Yeah,
I should have done that.
dude, that's
I
like,
wonder.
dude, fucking yeah. This is the difference between your brain and mine. This.
That is
Soon as it's like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. But you know, it's risky. It's illegal after all. I don't think I can take on that risk for that amount.
We'll have to see because there's a few Trump supporters here, and there's probably some more
I'm happy to
illegal material.
I'm happy to take care of it for you. You understand, right?
Look,
I will say he might be burning clientele if she found out later. If he accepts the price she gave him, then that's just her giving the price.
yeah, but at that point, like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah. Get the extra money.
Fuck her. She was the retard who took $300.
Before we do anything else, I gotta go to the bathroom again.
He's shitting himself.
Oh.
Yeah. Riley gave me shit the other day because her stepfather, who is absolute dickhead, not really nice to her mom or anything, but lots of money. And so I said, honestly, invite him to your wedding.
Yeah.
Do it. And she's like, I just can't do it. I'm like, if it's the difference between being in the will or not, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Also,
she's like,
make sure he gets the gifts list. Get that wedding registry over to him.
Yeah, exactly. And as
maybe tailor it just for him.
I think
I'm gonna get some water.
Make sure those low ticket items are already bought up.
She's just got a smidge too much integrity. And she's asking, like, how do I not? And I'm like, this world is full of monsters that would put me down if they had the chance. Of course I'm going to take their fucking money if I get the opportunity.
Might as well empty their wallet.
But
that's why
it's not my wedding.
Why
she's marrying my meta first and then me. So, you know what? I'm not going to be that much of a salty bitch. If he lives long enough to mine, though, he's getting an invite.
Fucking. That's why, like, fundamentally, as long as you do it right, the idea of freak shows is like one of the most based things you could have. It's like, dude, you're going to laugh and point at me anyway. Give me money.
Exactly. No.
Right? You're going to treat me poorly anyway. Hey.
So many people have had choice words from me for that. I'm like, so you were going to employ the freaks?
Yeah.
You were going to take the woman with macro facial hair that she couldn't control? You're going to take in the guy you're going to take in the werewolf? Nope.
Well, might as well get a payday out of it.
Yeah, you're going to take in hypersteroidism?
Flipper boy. Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, no. Fucking.
If you're not going to hire them, then fucking
might as well get a payday.
Let them do what they do to make money.
I see you staring at me. That's $1.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just when you get motherfuckers like Barnum involved, you're like, oh shit.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's great as long as they can take care of each other and they aren't getting exploited.
Yeah.
Well, Barnum also did everything in his power to ensure that they were treated more like slaves than they were employees. They were. If there was an opportunity for them to defend themselves, they never got it.
Except one of them. I forget which one, but one of them like had profit sharing and shit.
Oh, well, because you need to keep one on your side so that they undermine any resistance.
No, like they ended up like taking their own act. Like it was like the sort of like the deal that like occasionally gets cut with Vince McMahon sort of situation. Like they got the fucking IP and they got to take their own act elsewhere. Like a whole thing. I forget which one. Watch the latest Papa Meat video about fucking freaks, and it's in there. One of the ones that's talked about is that one that they got to like, yeah, they made bank. Like they made bank. They did.
I have always been a fan of the freak show since I was young.
Yeah. They did well for
Mainly
themselves.
because I was called a freak all the time by other kids on school. Like,
Barnum was
just my people.
Barnum was super creepy about it though. Like fucking
yeah.
buying kids and shit, like 2, 4 and shit. Like, yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
Every
And
time you see a depiction of someone going, "Get in there, freaks!"
He'd hear about him like on the other side of the globe. Like motherfucker had like an intelligence network set up just to know when a baby was born with some flipper feet or something. And 3 days later, here's P.T. Barnum showing up. Do you want to sell your kid to me?
He loved conjoined twins. He really loved conjoined twins.
Yeah. It was wild. All right. So, if we want to do a partial session here, let's do a little planning here. I figured like a little downtime. You guys could like I figured like, you know, you went to Jigu's stall and you had noodles and you decompressed a little there, but then like the next day we gather, you know, it's a Friday sort of situation. Like, are you like, you know, be back at the base and figure out what's next for the gang and that sort of thing and how you want to progress and like debrief yourselves.
Well, there's still one reality that we need to face. We are not economically stable yet.
You guys can discuss that.
Our last mission was just to get even for an IOU, not make money.
Well, you guys can address all that. Like I said, I that's what I figured would need to happen is you guys need to have a debrief amongst yourselves.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think that that's what we should use, like the, you know, a bit of time tonight, so you guys can get your character situated, figure out how you want to move forward in the world, figure out what you want to do, you know, strategize, figure out your logistics, whatever you got to do, to take that next step and how you want to take that next step. I just want to throw it out to Karen. If you want to just do, like, if you want, I figure we won't do it this episode, but if you want to, like, back end it, like, on the just tag it onto the end after you do all of your stuff. If you want to, like, bring it up and discuss it, I've got, you know, I've got freebooter jobs for you. If you just want to do some street level grind work, to take something that isn't possibly a large network of operatives sort of stuff, I've got stuff lined up for you that you can just take an easy job or two and fucking bang some stuff out and have some easy sessions planned out ahead of you while you figure out other stuff and do other stuff. That's there as an option for you.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, I figured that's what this would be, is just you guys getting yourselves situated, and doing the classic sort of team debrief and planning therein. Figures that's what needs to happen anyway. So.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Good. Oh. All right. Yeah. So, I will do a very simple, just camera up into base, throw to whoever's there for a situation, and you guys can just sort of have the floor and do what you need to do without, squirrels and shiny objects jumping out at you and pulling you in opposite directions. So that works for you. Cool.
What day are we coming up on?
Friday.
Friday? Okay.
August. You want morning, late morning, early afternoon? What you want?
Late morning?
Well, the camera descending upon an already lively NSF. The hustle and bustle of the city already well underway. The light of late morning finds its way through some of the mega skyscrapers and ekes through and penetrates into some of the ground of the city that it can find. And as the camera swoops down and past the central terminal, down the alleyway, you see billows of steam coming off the roiling pot of broth at Shigu's noodle stall, and camera just passes through the electro barrier on the energy barrier on the base door, passing through the door. And how do we find our group?
You'll see kind of the camera shift in perspective as it moves around the interior of the base. You'll see Patty's backpack and her jacket lying across a chair. As you can hear the door slide open, you can see her coming in. She's breathing heavily. You can see like she is drenched in sweat. And you can see that as she kind of like leans, like catches her breath, she walks in. You can see that some of the immediate anger from her face is kind of taken away, but you kind of just get this sense of just frustration and annoyance as she's walking inside and just taking a heavy drink of water as she's just not saying anything to anyone immediately.
Right, can I get your help? Yep, that way, okay. I am not composed right now.
Your instructions are inconsistent.
I know, I just gotta move these bikes up onto the wall. Have the mounts there. Fuck!
Patty will like slide over to where Krill is, and then she'll just help do some of the manual work on the levers to help push the bikes up. She's just giving what help she can and just doing that.
Such a weak body.
Your body is not any more or less weak than an average human body.
That's the point.
It's certainly more. Its structural integrity is certainly superior to your previous body.
Correct. Doesn't change the fact that I feel so. We get the bikes there. I can start dismantling this crate. That's a lot of material that we can use for walls and such, and just opening up this space. These crates are taking up what could be a second vehicle parking spot in here, or anything. But instead, we just got 2 crates doing mostly dick all right now.
They help with some box lists on occasion.
Pardon?
Nothing, don't worry about it. Just random bullshit.
If I might make a suggestion,
Yes.
I think we should keep at least one, as we have utilized them as an effective Faraday cage in the past. We still have potential technology to examine that may or may not require such a device.
I would rather just make a closet.
If you believe that you can construct a superior Faraday cage to these crates, then perhaps we don't need them after all.
Shouldn't be too hard. Ugh. Plus, if you don't want to be seen in the public, maybe it wouldn't be a bad place for you to throw your body when you want to go online.
In one of these crates?
In a specialized closet that we could use as a Faraday cage.
I wouldn't be able to access the network inside of a Faraday cage.
Yeah, fair.
How do you be like standing over as the two semi droids are talking random tech shit, and she'll kind of wander over to wherever Karen is, just getting in the same space as her, as the camera kind of motions to wherever Karen is in the moment.
I'm off to the side in the same room, not really interacting, but kind of still watching. Fucking nerds.
At a certain point, it's not a conversation I particularly want to listen to.
You can call us nerds all you want. This nerd is gonna find a way to keep us safe.
And we appreciate you for it.
Speaking of which, I think another
Technically, I can't be a nerd, as I lack the ability for enthusiasm.
Troy, that's just sad. I'm sorry.
Is it?
Yes, that is quite depressing.
Patty will just lean over to Karen, probably be able to be heard by Troy, but trying to whisper, I've seen a smile come on his face once or twice.
I mean, same. A little more human than I think he'd like to admit.
Mm-hmm.
Karen just stares at Troy.
Yes, Karen, do you need something?
Are you happy, Troy?
I don't know what happy is.
Think about that.
I'll put processor cycle to figuring out whether or not I can be happy.
I mean, yeah, do that. Also, try and see if you try and think of something that makes you happy.
Troy just looks up at all of you and states, "You make me happy."
I know I do.
You may not be a nerd, but you're being a real dork right now. But it's cute.
Thank you.
Patty will lean against the table as she kind of just looks over to Karen and says, so are you happy with where we're at right now?
I'm happy we're not in a ditch. My neck never feels good the next morning.
While they're saying this, Krill leaves the room to go into the lab to grab some stuff.
I'm not gonna lie.
We managed to pull it out, but yeah. Definitely don't feel like that was particularly a skill thing. But hey, luck is a skill of its own.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of happenstance. Here we are. We're alive. New contact, which I'll tell you, I had to do a bit of running on that one. I see red, see a little white, you see a little ringing in my ears, and let's just say my calves hurt a lot. And better that than the other shit I was thinking about at this point.
See, I find that interesting. You and Krill, you have a particular response to Sabine. Although thinking back of how you felt towards me, it's at least you're consistent.
The difference, though, is grifting isn't as much of a problem, right? You gotta make your way in this city. There's just something about the type that she did that just gets under my fucking skin, and there's a lot of shit that's been getting under my skin with these fucks lately.
And what did she do that got under your skin in particular?
There's like a very long pause as Patty's trying to figure out how to verbalize it. It's the when you run one over on me, right? I get annoyed, but I don't hold it against you, right? We're on the same level here. When they get one on over us, a little level or two above us, bothers me a little bit. It's like whenever you have one of those fucking inspectors that comes and checks on medtech. There's an air about it that fucking always bothered me.
Looking down their nose at you?
Krill comes back in with two more of her Krill's textile crates full of rifles. Okay. 8 and 9.
You need some help?
I've got one more set of 5 to go. And then we have all 10 crates ready.
I'll let you roll craft rolls per crate. No bonus because you were not in a meditative flow state and you have been distracted with other work. So flat
just my
rolls.
raw craft roll?
Yeah, just your raw craft.
Crate 8 is a +3.
Hold on. All right. How many crates?
We're up to crate 8 now, so and the last one was a +3.
Okay, then let's do. Okay. So you've crafted 8 crates in total of guns. How many?
Literally since I've been like, okay, we're doing this, I have gotten
how many
usually
guns?
2 crates a session.
How many guns per crate? Hold on.
5 are per crate. There's 5 per crate.
That's a lot of guns.
Hold on.
It is our only consistent means of money.
Okay. What if we fund a private army of skulls and we call them Zeger's
how big?
Brigade?
Okay, so
Brigade.
how big are these guns?
They're basically your standard AR.
Okay. A standard AK crate contains, so if you see in the movies, like a crate of AKs, they come 10 per a crate. So you can either call this 10 guns per crate, or you can downsize your crate.
Okay, so keep in mind, I don't imagine a Krilltech crate like a full.
Okay,
like,
so not
cube.
Lord of War wooden crate sort of territory.
No. It's more like a proper.
It's a pelican case territory.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's more like that.
Okay.
It's also specifically Krill doesn't like her shit just loosely packed.
Okay,
They're
yeah,
nicely
Caboose
hooked
has
there.
kindly provided what a crate of AKs looks like for you, if you want to see.
Hey, that's still a crate of 5. You know,
No,
you
no,
just
no.
a whole
They're-
lot of
change
them.
that.
Why don't you have this-
They're double
Oh,
stacked.
there is 10 in there.
There's 10.
I see.
They're double stacked. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can fit
half
a
that
surprising
crate.
amount of them in a small crate.
Yeah, a standard crate. So just fun fact, a standard crate of AKs, of like Russian AKs, gets packed in. There are 10 guns in there. There are 40 magazines, 10 bayonets with hangers and straps, 10 slings, 10 cleaning kits, and 10 magazine pouches in a crate of AKs. That is how they.
Holy shit.
That's how they were shipped.
That's actually really impressive.
Yeah. So.
Krill is probably dropping 2 extra mags for each, so you're more looking at 15 magazines in there.
Okay. So let's do. Yep. There you go. You start to see, fucking.
Yeah. No, like
How
I
it-
was right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like. Anyway.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in this day and age, Krill's not a giving them
So
a leading
what
kit.
we'll do
They should have them.
is we'll do 2 crates per roll. So if you've done 8 crates, tell you what. Do you have a D10? You D&D nerd, you better have a D10.
I have one right in front of me.
All right. Let's let the shiny rocks decide. All right? That's how many crates you have done. Rather than an arbitrary number, I'll let you roll for it.
But I got through like 2 crates a session, even mentioning that I was working on like 2 crates at a
Then
while there.
I'll give you an advantaged roll.
Okay. That's a 10.
Okay.
I rolled an 8 and a 10.
All right. So we will split that into 5 rolls. So the
Okay,
first.
so the first one was +3, second was +5.
Okay.
Third one was +5. Fourth one was +7.
Okay.
And the last one was +3.
Okay. I will hold on to that. That is.
So, just to remind Kai, and God forbid we even have a watcher, and everyone at the table, these are not like yes, the weapons are Krill's design, but they are not like original Krill make. These are very much so your modular weapons that could be sold to anybody. They've got the right rails to work with any other buddy's equipment. The magazine slot is standard. These are to sell to anybody, and it work for anybody. This is not her pride and joy. This is her making fucking money.
Yeah, this is commercial work, not artist.
Exactly. With that, though, Krill laying down the last few crates. We really need to get rent in line. And I'm hoping this helps. But if we can get more money, it would really help us incorporating and then getting a firearm legal means of selling weapons, because then I can sell more creative things without anyone looking down our neck. And I can ask more money for the more creative things. Plus, then it would allow me to place industrial orders.
Which feeds into the next conversation at this point. We finished the IOU job. We've got a new connection, whatever the fuck that is, and
Are you considering Sabine a connection?
looks at Karen. For someone, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
Krill just looks at her. Just don't put me in the same room with her without expecting me to threaten her.
Well, luckily,
Don't get me
neither-
wrong, she could be incredibly useful if she wants to invest into Krill Tech. doesn't mean I'm not going to go there without lighting the place with explosives.
Luckily, neither of us are particularly the face of this group, so.
I will be willing to accompany Karen in speaking with Sabine.
Troy's got me. Always know Troy's got my back.
You know what? She actually likes you, Troy, so from my understanding. She has not even spoken a word to me, and I'd rather it stay that way.
If she were to
You
take
You
us
guys were
down,
together a lot. Like, what did you talk about?
For someone of her stature, surprisingly very little.
it was
Well,
on purpose,
from what
probably.
we know now, not exactly she wanted to give info.
She was particularly interested in me, though, but I did not provide her with any incriminating answers.
What answers did you provide?
I alluded to some of my past manufacturing capability or manufacturers and some of my capabilities, though I did not fully reveal my stints as net running.
Did you reveal any of the weaknesses at the back of your head?
No.
Good.
You think she caught on that you're smarter than your average Troy bot?
I think she was fully aware of that, but long before she began asking these questions.
Yeah,
Look,
that's already a problem.
Look, I love Troy, but, like, he's not going to pass as an average bot.
Technically speaking, the Troys never were an average bot to begin with, but I understand what you mean. I have been wondering about my ability to pass undetected.
You stand out like a sore thumb the minute you start talking, so.
I'm aware.
Which is our detriment in this situation.
Yeah.
Meaning, I hope Sabine likes you, is what I'm simply saying, Troy, and she doesn't want to disrupt your natural environment.
She'll rip out your
Then I'll have
course
two
first.
reasons to kill her.
If she did, it would already be destroyed.
I have a feeling that Sabine regards me in a similar way that Karen regards me. I'm a useful asset to her, and I predict that she will be taking advantage of that sometime in the future. Of which I'm not necessarily against.
Hope it stays like that, because I don't need her killing my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I have no intention of flying into things head first.
I have no intention of dying.
Said everyone who died.
I know, that was like where my mind was going, and like, that's even too silly for Troy.
Yeah, that's... Patty eventually says, so, fair warning, when someone starts chatting you up and starts asking everything about you and not talking a lot about themselves, be a little concerned, be a little suspicious.
I was. But I found that I had a difficulty not giving her the information she wanted.
So, note to the group, next time we need to watch someone, Troy's not doing it.
I don't think you understood what I meant. I was not compelled. I was doing it intentionally.
And you intentionally told her what?
Only what she needed to know.
You kept her busy.
In a sense. But I was also probing her as well while answering these questions. I was building a psychological profile of her.
You were wanting to do this.
Yes.
The Troybot wants.
He's growing up right before our eyes.
Is this unusual to want?
No. Just a
It's
little
a
proud.
perfectly human and perfectly normal emotion for living creatures.
It looks like Karen's rubbing not just off on us.
She wanted to know, and I wanted to know more as well. You'd be surprised what you can answer by answering questions, or you would be surprised what people can tell you by the questions they ask you.
Troy, I wholeheartedly agree. However, I do have to be the pessimist in this moment. She got the better up on you and everybody here.
I don't doubt that.
But figured out some shit at least from it.
Krill, she got the better than all of us, regardless of how she handled Troy.
No, I know. That is not inconsequential. I feel like I'm watching someone pat themselves on the back, and I'm like, we all got shafted here.
No, I think what's happening is Troy is defending their decisions, which is very human. Good to see.
Mm-hmm. I concur. Your assumption is probably right.
Just remember, if you start lying too much, your nose might get a little too long.
Technically, I am capable of setting the length of my nose manually.
I know it's for changing one's look to look how the customer wants. But from what I've looked into human coitus techniques in the modern zeitgeist, I can't imagine anything innocent coming of it.
That's why you employ a Troybot, duh.
Okay.
Krill just gestures to Karen, looking at the group. Proven.
So, at this point, we got shafted by a goddamn fucking corporate genius. As much as I hate to fucking admit that. We've got our shit rolled out with the fucking little angels at this point. We've watched a full-on takeover of another group or already in the works, whatever. We need some money. We need some simple shit, at least for me, because I need some time to stew on this shit because I don't want to deal with another goddamn corporate fucking spy shit in the next day or two at least, please.
I don't want to look at another wall of string.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Just... what's the go-to from here? We could do a couple just random missions. I go to M&M, see if I can get another courier job. What's the game plan?
There's two things. I mean, okay, yes, you could go talk to Eminem. We could look up an easy job for on Freebooter. Give you something to do. There's also all of these guns. Selling them.
Mm.
But it sounds like you might want something to do yourself. You know, if you want to run one for the M&M, that's not a terrible thing to at least get a hold of them for.
Yeah, I like it. I like them too, about at least a little bit. So it's not like the minute I meet them, I'm instantly like throwing up in my mouth.
What were they like? I don't think I went with you.
A little bit of short dude, a little bit of taller dude. Seems like a real teddy bear type. So kind of a little pawnbroker and his adorable brother kind of situation. Although I imagine if you piss him off, he will smash your brain in.
Okay.
Yeah.
You keep such odd company. All right, if you want to do that.
Sure.
Krill looks at the room. Karen, I'm not sure you're one to talk.
I mean...
You've
Stop
seen
it.
the blueprints for my body. You're genuinely no one to talk.
So we've got our rent or we got protection coming up.
We've got protection coming up, admittedly. Rent is not for a while.
Didn't we just pay the protection racket?
No, we just paid rent.
Kai, which one did we just pay? I can't remember.
Rent is on a 4-week cycle. Protection is on a 2-week cycle, and you've got protection coming up quickly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, the real truth of the matter is we could sell these guns, or we could make a deal with these gangers to supply them in exchange.
If we want to do that, we need to get a hold of them immediately, because if I recall from the last time,
There's
the
the
person
random
who
guy.
showed up, he's not one to negotiate with.
Exactly.
He's there to collect the money.
Have we considered putting the dipshit in his place?
Have you considered everyone else that comes after?
I mean, fair. I don't know. Look, I don't like a guy who...
Last time we had a scuffle with them, we had 2 other members.
I mean, fair. I just, put someone in their place, makes us feel a little better, and have someone harass Jigu less, so...
No, that would lead to harassing Jigu more.
Yeah.
Eh.
He's now our landlord, reminds you.
Yeah, but... older brother seems like a dickhead.
Older brother is a dickhead.
I never actually talked to the guy. It was y'all doing that, so...
No. I worked with a representative last time. If we want to, I can be in charge of that. I'm at least the one who can explain the future contract work that can come with it.
Sure.
That would be
I'd
me.
feel- I was going to say I feel
talking-
better with Karen doing it,
Alright.
but I wasn't
So-
sure if you wanted to go to M&M or not. You seemed intrigued.
I can do Eminem, just,
Question.
yes.
Who here has like news alerts or like standing web searches or like breaking news alerts turned on, that sort of thing?
Paranoid fuck always does.
Patty probably has like a moment where she randomly subscribed to a couple newspapers and then just never forgot to turn them off.
Okay. Then simultaneously, Krill, you actively, like, you're doing things, like you're actually like scraping sort of territory. Whereas Patty, you do notice that like your codex like dings and vibrates, that sort of thing. Krill, there is breaking news. Now, do you want to pay attention to it or not?
Pearl just takes a look at the room and being so indecisive, and she's just like, fuck it, they'll tell me if they want me to sell the guns to a gang or to a legitimate business. Who fucking cares at this point? And she checks on the news.
There is a breaking news report from New San Francisco News Network, and it is a video feed. Do you want to watch it?
Yep. She throws it up on a couple of monitors in the background too, but she's watching it internally.
There is a female talking head on the screen. Good morning. This is Linda Caro with NSFNN, bringing you breaking developments that have sent shockwaves through New San Francisco and beyond. Authorities have announced the dismantling of one of the largest human trafficking and smuggling networks ever uncovered in the city. The organization known as Lil Angels long operated in the shadows, using seemingly legitimate businesses as fronts for its illegal activities. At the heart of this sprawling criminal enterprise was one Miss Vivian Marchand, who has been arrested and charged with human trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit fraud, amongst many other charges likely to come. The operation, codenamed Fallen Halo, was the result of months of investigation and coordination between local and federal authorities. However, sources close to the investigation revealed that the final breakthrough came thanks to an anonymous informant. This last-minute tip provided key details about Lil Angel's operations, client lists, and logistical network, allowing authorities to execute a coordinated strike on their facilities. Investigators have revealed that in addition to human trafficking, Little Angels were also heavily involved in the smuggling of contraband military-grade cyberware. The cyberware, believed to have been stolen or reverse engineered from classified designs, includes augmentations far exceeding what is legally available on the open market. Authorities warn that such equipment poses a significant threat to public safety and security if used improperly or sold to rogue actors. Adding another layer of intrigue to this unfolding story, Gavin Bayet, the former operator of A2B, a logistics company deeply implicated in both the trafficking and smuggling operations, was found dead in his luxury condo at the Cove. Authorities report that Bayet's death appears to be a suicide, though investigations are ongoing to determine if foul play was involved. Investigators revealed that A2B's infrastructure was exploited to transport both human victims and illegal cyberware across the city and beyond. Though the company itself is under scrutiny, initial reports suggest that many employees may have been unaware of its illegal activities. Authorities have praised the anonymous source whose courage and information ensured the success of this operation. Alongside Ms. Marchand, several high-ranking operatives were apprehended, effectively dismantling Little Angel's core infrastructure. While many clients linked to the network are expected to face charges, early indications suggest that some of the most powerful names in the corporate and private sectors remain untraceable. Investigators have noted that significant portions of the network's records were systematically erased, leaving gaps in their pursuit of justice. City officials are calling this a landmark victory in the fight against human trafficking and the illegal arms trade. However, they caution that the scale of the network underscores the need for continued vigilance and reform to prevent such operations from taking root in the future. This story is still unfolding, and we will bring you updates as more details come to light. For now, this is Linda Caro with NSF-NN, reminding you to stay informed and stay safe.
Krill's eyes just start flickering every different color. And suddenly they just stop on purple. Survival. I want survival above all else. I don't want to see anybody dying. I don't want to see anybody here getting hurt. At this point, this woman is more powerful than anyone we've ever encountered.
But maybe
She is intimidating, connected, and an all-around schmoozer who can get what she wants. We do one major choice here. We sell these guns to a shop and lose the weapons, gain some cred, still aren't any closer to making further money until we manufacture more or incorporate it. We sell to the gang. Very unlikely they're going to actually invest in us. They're going to just heckle us for more and more. And the next shipment is going to have to be bigger than the last. The part of me that wants to kill her can shut the fuck up for a bit. And the part of me that wants to see where this goes is talking a lot louder. I bet she would be the best investor in our next endeavors. These are nothing to her. These are nothing on the weapons market. These are just as legally borderline as they get to ensure that no one would stop us. I can work on some proper, and I mean proper, experimental models, and then we can make an actual call, see if she will invest in us. She has enforcements that need weapons. She wants to make money. We want to make money, and we want to not be sold out by her in a heartbeat, even though she knows where we live, because I'm sure she has that information with that invisible stalker at hand. I'm sure she knows what we do. She knows most of our faces. No. I don't want to hide from under her foot. If instead we can ride her foot upwards. Her eyes start flickering. But But she threatened Karen, and her eyes flicker back. No. Doesn't matter if she's threatened us. The most powerful people always will.
Patty pauses, looks at Karen, and then just says, she doesn't want to kill us. She doesn't want to shoot us. I don't think that's the concern here. As long as we don't piss her off and we can work some shit.
As long as we don't get in her way.
She is a
We can
spider
help her,
web.
great.
Exactly. She is a spider web. We don't know where we'll trip up over her or get in her way. We have done already accidentally.
But what are we doing? She asked a very good question. What is our plan? What is the plan?
I know mine. Mine includes keeping all of you safe, but that's only if you want to get on board. The only way we get further in this world is making money. The only way we get further and making money is to be making money proper. Doing little gang deals will always pad the pockets, but I want to incorporate. I want my tech to be something people are outright auctioning on because they want the latest and the greatest. I want my tech to be legally dubious, but come from a powerful place so that people don't feel like it needs to be investigated. Because only the rich are using it.
You're better off marketing towards middle level shit, medtech, cops.
Except for the fact that they all have contracts with major corporations and manufacturers. They're not going to reach out to them.
You think the rich and powerful are going to do that?
If they want
They're
their
the ones who own it.
boutique, if they want their boutique missile launchers, yeah, they will.
So ostensibly you want to make the best, but not necessarily the best to the point where it usurps the market and gets too much eyes on you. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. That absolute greatness I save for you all when shit gets sticky.
So that's what you want. What does Patty want?
Come back to me in a minute.
Troy, do you have any desires?
I don't know yet. I suppose what I want is to figure out what I want.
Ooh, what a sticky place to be in.
Okay.
And what about you, Karen? The glossy glass in Krill's eyes reflect your visage back at you.
Well, first, I would like to feel like... Like I'm not possibly gonna die every day, and I don't care. That's what I want. I want to feel like I'm gonna be here for more than 5 minutes, but in that, I want to break things.
What you want to break? You can't topple the world without getting toppled.
Well, what can we accomplish? We're just a little ragtag group of friends. But
What can't we accomplish?
we are no one. That is an advantage in some aspects. Well, for now, we can be that. We can be the less noticed, the less known thing. Because I want to break things. I'd love to break everything, but I know that that would definitely get me killed sooner than later. So,
I want to make the world different. I can't get there without the power that I see. And I think your breaking things is a similar craving. But you want it from the safety of our unknown first. And I respect that.
I want to make the world as uncomfortable as I can for the people who are the most comfortable.
How devious and tantalizing.
But I have to live to do that.
So, then the big question is our security in being unknown, or is our security in having a backbone? What do we feel? Because in reality, I'm afraid of the day that we are known and don't have the backing for it.
That's why we don't stick our neck out further than we need to.
Patty's been quiet for a good bit at this point. She's been listening. Looks across the three of them. The unknown's pretty good. Keep your head down enough to not get attention, not get a gun in the back of your head. Don't get a fucking knife in your fucking liver or some shit, but most people live that way. We try to stay down, don't cause too much issues. The minute you do cause some issues, usually someone comes and fucks you over, puts you in your place. We had a little bit of that moment there. Shit doesn't change if we just keep our heads down, though. I mean, D doesn't become D unless you disrupt some shit.
Girl's eyes suddenly flicker pink for a moment, and then back to purple.
I think keep our heads down, but when that moment comes, we leave out the shadows and make them fucking remember.
Where
Is
is
that what
the
you
line?
want, Patty?
I'm tired of the fucking bullshit here. I'm just tired. And shit doesn't change unless shit gets done. So, at the end of the day, you're our fucking rudder on this goddamn mess of a ship. You steer us where we need to go. I'll let the sails fly free. But if I see that rudder going a certain direction I don't like, I'm goddamn make sure I'm well and known.
I wouldn't expect anything different from you.
So, next steps, get a little more credit under our butts, and then see if we can start stirring up some more shit.
Where do we start, though? We are under the thumb of a gang. We are an unknown force that doesn't have any cred to our name. Further, we don't have any established connections right now.
We got a lot more than you think. Patty looks at the ring on Karen's finger.
And we happen to know the leader of that gang's sole family member? As far as I know.
And she likes us, so we got that going for us.
Well, he
There's-
likes Karen.
Things we can do to improve our situation.
Then I would advocate
Well-
that be our next step. Our next
Well-
major step.
Yes, in the near term, we owe them money. We do. So, you can go on an M&M if you want, but I am going to at least take a peek at the freebooter app. See what
Hey.
that has.
See if we can get some multiple shit running at once or get it done in quick successions. I mean,
We'll see what it has. More information is better.
I agree.
Last issue. What are we doing with these? And Krill gestures to the guns. Do we start connections with the gang, or am I selling them to our standard broker?
I think your idea was pretty spot on there. If we just give them the guns, they're going to want more and more.
Mm-hmm.
And do we really want to give them more guns?
No.
Exactly. No, well, guns with a kill switch in them, that's more interesting. But I don't have those set up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, these guns are just guns. And I don't think the gang that we're under would exactly want to give it at this point.
No, exactly.
So?
I
Sell the
would
gun.
suggest, since we need the cash quickly, we'll look at freebooter. If we can do one, great. If not, take a case or two and sell them. Sound like a plan?
Both is
Copy.
best case scenario, but yes. In the meantime, while you pick out how we're going to make our next money, I'm going to go work on our next prototype. I want to have that in our pocket.
Well, there are 3 jobs available.
Oh, yeah?
There is
At this moment... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, at this moment, Krill's eyes just start to flicker back to their normal yellow.
1,500 credits, thieving bot, help a local merchant with his missing items problem. 2,000 credits, hollow hustle, need a con who's been fleecing my clients out of my money dealt with. Wow, I could not read that, sorry. Need a con who's been fleecing my clients out of my money dealt with. 3,000
Easy
creds.
enough.
Missing dumbass. Locate and retrieve a missing idiot.
Sounds pretty simple, at least for our runs.
Is the first
And
one
what is it
implying
that
the
we-
thief is a robot?
Aspen, can you put those in the table chat so we can look at them?
Sure. Yes.
Thanks. We learned that mistake last time.
I was reading them verbatim.
True. Well, you know, it's good to have it there.
I even included the S on items. Okay, I corrected myself.
I am going to, with my advocacy, since we are not going down my route of choices for right now, I am vetoing the first one. Also be a veto.
Can I ask why?
Let's just say in the rare case this is connected to one of my kids. Not touching it. I'm not getting involved.
I mean, if it is, we could just figure out from there.
A shame. My particular skills might have been useful for that one.
Right?
We can circle back to that one if we need to.
If it's still there. All right.
I'm just gonna open up my codex and then just send a message to Eminem and just say, "Got any work for me?" Okay, let's see what we got here.
So how many of these were just placed in the DMs with like ready, set, and go, and all you had to push enter?
Patty will just respond. Actually, here, I'm just gonna type this.
Okay. Okay. How much money do we owe our protection again? Is it 15?
2,000.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, could also take some of the creds we get and then
No, not 2,000?
Just
Or
one.
is that rent? Or is rent
rent is
2,000?
2,000.
Rent is
Rent is
5,000.
5,000.
I swear there was a 2,000 somewhere in there.
No, we did 2,000 every 4 weeks, right?
1,000 every
every
2
maybe.
weeks.
Yeah.
Every other week is what he specifically said.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All the same, job 3 would be very effective for me, Troy, and Karen to find a person. Hollow Hustle would benefit pretty much everyone in one way or another.
It could be even simpler than that. Troy locates where they last were. I pick them up, drop them off where they need to go. We get 3,000 creds in and out.
It could be, but because of the lofty bounty on it, I suppose the person has an idea of where they might. Doubt it's a pleasantry.
Well, we can see about the details when we accept it, and then we'll figure it out from there.
And I will be honest, with the first job, I can't guarantee my beneficial involvement.
So, remember what we were looking at for this was quick turnaround. 3 is not a quick turnaround.
No.
2,
However,
maybe.
though,
2 and 1 would be a quick turnaround, possibly.
and I'm leaning 2 because that would leave us with more than enough credits to at least cover the next one. Or invest into rent.
It's also I can't help but to think that the more we take of a particular kind of job, the more we might get known for those kinds of jobs. Do we want to be doing this?
The picking up dumbasses job?
No. 2. Hitman for hire. Not that I care about killing people, but
I was going to say, do we have moral issues with
reputation?
this?
That's what I'm. Reputation.
I would love a reputation where people are actually afraid to deal with us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not against putting a fucking cap in the back of someone's head, but like, you know.
How do I put this? My leaning for number 1 is easier, quicker. That's what we're after right now, right?
I was waiting for a third or fourth point, which would convince me.
It would immediately solve our protection money issue and leave us with a little bit left over.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
It fits more with. How do I put it? An ethos I think I'm feeling, at least for today.
I got a response back from Eminem. I'm gonna go to them in a minute to figure out the details, and then should be easy 2K for us. I'm 1K. Just ignore me. I'm stupid. I forget how to math.
The squiggly one's a 2.
Yes. Look, I keep people alive. I don't do math.
Last week I was
Yeah,
like,
we
yeah,
were
we'll
doing
go with
ladder.
option 3, 4. I don't know. What are the options again? You're fine.
Yeah.
I want to crack skulls,
I'm feeling
not
like we should go with
circuit
option 3.
Oh yeah, just another week-long mission.
We could probably turn around the first one in an hour or 2 at most.
And 2 and probably 3 or 4 when we find them.
Yeah. 2 and 3 probably start turning into a day kind of thing.
3 is probably days.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
how about this? Patty, why don't you go and see how you can do on this courier job? One of us should be some kind of backup for you on this.
it's not a courier job. It's a deadbeat collections job. I'm just gonna harass someone to give me money.
So she gets to have the fun.
Okay. All right.
I've taken a bomb to the face. I think I can take an accidental gun to the stomach.
Yeah, that's not a job you do alone. It's a great way to die.
Perhaps you would like me to focus my attention more on Patty's mission than yours.
Yeah, just give Troy to give me some intel on the shit beforehand, and then I'll be able to.
Not that kind of backup, Patty.
I mean, you literally need to have some amount of intimidation to intimidate. You alone, sorry, ain't very intimidating.
Take one of the 2 that can take a bullet and not flinch.
You realize I've been shot.
I know you've been shot, but you bleed.
Yeah, and if you manage to stand up while bleeding, it's usually scarier.
Oh, God.
Okay, how about this? All right, so I think I have an idea of a plan. I think Patty and Krill will be going on a fun little adventure together. You can bring your little friends with you, Krill, and they can come and assist. Maybe keep an eye on things. Maybe, have an extra amount of firepower or two. And then Troy and I can take a case or two and sell them at the gun shop, gun emporium. My one concern of sending you along, Krill, is getting trigger happy.
Hi.
Does it state the figure and does it state the figure or the target needs to die?
No,
Oh,
it
for the
probably
second one?
implies them
Oh.
specifically no.
Okay.
Not
This
our.
is
If we're
hit
talking
mu-
Patty's mission.
Patty's thing, yes.
Okay. I know we're trying to be a little safe here and not be super stupid, but I feel like if we can maximize our time, I go to M&M, Choi starts scoping out one, you and Krill maybe sell the guns, and then we can start running multiple things at once.
I should not be there while the guns are sold. It actually benefits Karen in that moment to just be a representative instead of the person. So.
Mm-hmm.
And
Less questions.
Exactly. They can ask me all they want. They can't ask Karen if she's not the one who made them.
How about this? Because we need to get the guns from here to there. So that would be Patty driving. You have something to do. I don't think Krill's gonna drive. So that means if the guns are going, that'd be Troy. Because I'm sure as shit not driving.
Closest thing I know how to driving is lining into the vehicle and trying to force it that way, and that's not going to go great.
Mm-hmm. So, if the guns are going, Troy's doing that. If Troy's driving, Troy can't be net diving.
And more so, Patty, again, this sounds like a simple job. You don't know if it will stay simple.
Yeah, but I can adapt if shit goes sideways, right?
Lock off the lone wolf crap.
I'm not locking off the lone wolf crap. I'm just saying we need to maximize our time.
And I'm going to do what at the base? While you're getting shot out of middle of nowhere and I have no way of strapping the wound shut.
Do you want to come along? Is this the thing, or is it the... What are we doing here?
Get your ego out of your ass for 2 seconds, please.
It's not...
It is. It is. There's a difference between you coming home half dead and 2 people coming home barely hurt.
If we have to pay for your medical bills afterwards, that comes out of the money we make.
Fine. I was just offering an option that could just help us do more things at once. That was all I was doing.
Okay, here's this question, Patty. Is M&M something you want to handle alone because this is your...
I don't care about handling it alone. I was just trying to say if we're trying to get more money in the immediate short term, that just helps. That's all I was saying. But if we want to be a little safer on that end, that's fine. I'm just saying more creds immediately. That's it.
I don't think we need to worry about being that stretched thin to earn.
All right.
Just an idea for today.
We're sitting on like 3 to 4 creds with these crates as is. If we needed to, we could sell them all right now, but that doesn't benefit us.
All right. Sure.
We need the money. We're getting 2 options. We're getting the sure money through selling some guns, but we have them for rainy day. But then you're also doing something productive.
Yeah.
But we're making sure you're not going to end up in a ditch by sending a friend along.
All right. Sure.
Maybe by the end of the day, we might have a better idea of where we're at and we can crack on with one of these freebooter ones.
Sure.
Your desire for efficiency was admirable, but very poorly thought out.
I mean, to be fair, I've done the shit for Eminem before on my own, and I got hurt a little bit, but I usually came out fine out of it.
I was required to step in to prevent your death.
Yeah, like I'm just saying. I get what you mean here. Fair enough. I'm just saying, the more bodies we move around at this point means less time we have for other shit. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and here's my point, though,
Correct.
Patty.
Thank
What
you for
other
telling me.
shit do you want? Because I am the one who stays at base and works on shit. Do you have a request, a commission, or something of me that I ought to be working on? Do you want new state-of-the-art armor? Do you want a personal body shield? Do you want a riot shield? Something to keep you better alive in situations like this? I will gladly work on this if you promise to be safe and do all your best to not overextend. Otherwise, I'm going with you.
Okay. Yeah, if you could build something that could like take more of an impact, or at least spread around my ability to take an impact, I'll take it. But if you want to come along and do that too and just get some air, I'm good either way. I didn't realize it was a you wanted to get out situation. I was just focusing on bringing as much as I could. That was all I was doing.
Girl's eyes just like twitch red for a second. And then twitch back. You know what, Karen? I don't think it's the best idea that I go now anymore. I think we're at a point that it is not beneficial if I go.
Would it... Okay. Fair. Okay. Horse apiece, you versus a couple of the bots going with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can do that.
You could do that. You have them go instead, and you like
Mhm.
hang out. Okay. Karen walks over to Krill, kind of leans in. You could totally have Snips poke her in the ear all the time.
Snip is still out of commission.
Patty just looks over at Troy and is like,
Troy also shrugs.
okay, cool. Do you want me
Karen, do you have an old pistol that you're not using much anymore?
The old one?
Yeah. Is it sentimental to you, or is it just something you had?
Only as a tool for being useful. Why?
And I have it. I'm gonna just put it on one of the drones.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Sending you with unarmed drones is going to be how useful, though, Patty.
Well, Dee managed to run distraction last time. So at least having a distraction was really useful.
Yeah, I'm not letting you repeat the thing that led to one of my children leaving.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
Okay, cool. Alright, cool.
Distraction and my intervention.
Okay, cool. So we've managed to do this. Cool. Alright, so which bot's going with me?
I'm gonna send number 1 Chip with you.
Cool. Go in the backpack. Cool. Put it on my back.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, I'm good to go. You don't need anything from me before.
Yeah,
Thing.
fuck it, just don't let my drone get hurt.
I will.
Do your best.
Cool. Yeah. Patty pulls out the bike and then just pulls on the helmet and just starts pulling out just to drive the M&M. And as she's kind of like pulling out, I'm lone wolf shit. It's not what I'm doing. It's like she's basically arguing with herself at this point, and she's like defending herself as she's like, no, that's not what I'm doing.
And the moment Patty pulls out, Krill walks to the wall and just smashes her head against it, peeling away. The faux skin is completely missing for a moment.
Give me a roll.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That wasn't a prompt.
It's a +1. If we're taking my physique into account, that's a +3 total.
Now give me a roll.
That's a +3 to you hitting your face on the wall.
-1. I don't know what I'm adding to this now.
You have a shift of 2 to absorb. I'm sorry. No. You have a shift of 4 to absorb. My apologies.
We're bad with numbers
What?
today.
Physical or mental?
Physical.
You slammed your
Okay.
head into the wall.
Okay, I'm
And you
taking a
got-
mild.
You considerably cracked the concrete, probably.
These walls aren't concrete.
I
That's
assume
too rich for
concrete.
us.
Whatever it is. Patty pulls off as she just starts driving on M&Ms, just taking it relatively easy. She's got plenty of time to spare, so she's not trying to rush it at this point. Just pulling, stopping at the lights, turning right on occasion. Eventually, just heads up beside M&M, stops the vehicle, and then sets up the kickstand, pulls off the helmet, and then kind of just eventually the door to walk inside. Is he at the counter right now, or is he in the back?
Yeah, you see him. Fucking slicked back hair. Greaser
Hey.
look. Hey, it's Hughes. Yeah. Come here.
All right.
Pulls out his codex. Flicks some data your direction. You receive a debt agreement and proof of failed payments to one Rico Shades Velasquez. So, yeah, this Rico, he he took out a bit of a debit from me. He wanted to borrow some creds for to secure some parts for some sort of fake ID scheme he had going. And yeah, like the corpos did a whole crackdown. It was like a whole thing. But either way, you know, money's money. He owes me. So you pay what you owe. Now, he owes me at present $10K. I'll give you 10%. But I'll give you 10% on whatever you can collect. He's a bit of a deadbeat. So,
I'm hearing you.
yeah.
All right.
He's got a spot over, he's right over the industrial section. He got a, I mean, it's a shithole. It's a shithole. It really is. But he's got a room. We can call it a room, I suppose. And he flicks some more data over to you, and it's a location of a tenement building in the industrial zone. And it's got the room number, and it's 6. Room 6.
Seems like he's got a fancy little place he lives at.
It's a shithole.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah. Either way, give me my 10K.
Can do. Patty stretches, and then as she gets out, she'll get back on the bike, and then she opens up her back, and she kind of looks down at Chip, and she says, All right, Chip. So we're gonna be moving over to where we need to go, and then gonna want you to get some eyes for me in the meantime. As they're getting ready to move, the place in the industrial section that he pointed out. Would you know which gang lives there, or like the gang controls that area, just in case?
Most of industrial is largely controlled by Saxons. Um,
Yeah. Sure. She'll get back on the bike and zip up the backpack again, and then takes off towards the location as the camera pans back to the base at the moment for the rest of the group as she's making her way.
Troy's looking at Karen and asks, "Well, the nature of that conversation was a little confusing. I believe I am still accompanying you?"
Yeah, I'm not driving.
Fair enough. How should we approach? I'm going to assume we will not be using our real names again.
Oh, I'm Cynthia. If I do recall correctly, if Peter's still there, maybe believe oh no, that was Dalton. Dalton was Jeb.
Hmm.
That's right.
I do not like this persona.
Say,
And-
hey, you liked it. You didn't like it, but you liked something.
Point taken. And what about me? I don't think I can exactly put on a accent and pretend to be one of your siblings.
Oh, you're my assistant bot who's carrying the guns. Don't talk.
I can
All right.
I can proceed without speaking.
I mean, that was what I did with Dalton too. It worked great not having him talk. So
I will be ceasing any all vocal functions upon arrival then.
I mean, I'll talk to you, but yeah, you don't need to talk.
Understand.
Okay.
Krill peels her face off of the wall as some of the faux skin is left on it. Take good stuff, not the best stuff. Gotta leave them wanting. Krill gestures to 4 cases that, like what Kai had with the +3s. Grab those.
Four. Let's see. And there's 5 in each?
There's 5 in each.
So it'd be around 2,000 something we get. Got 125, I think, last time.
Those crates were variable. Some of them were -1s, some of them were +6s, I think. It was a much more inconsistent set. That's out of character. That was a much less inconsistent time. They may have been charging you based off the best or the worst. I couldn't.
Well, so let me give a brief recap of how it worked. When we brought them in the last time, since it was new, he took about back and assessed it, and he gave a baseline, and then since we've been back, he used that baseline. He compared it, and if it was shittier, but he'd have to go and reassess it to probably. I'm just assuming.
The worst ones here are still better than your average slop on the shelf. Not incredible, mind you. As these 2 crates.
Okay. But yes, so 4 crates, if I can get around 125, that would net us 2,500 creds.
Exactly. If the baseline stays, good work. If we can get even more up, better. We'll see how he feels, though. We still aren't a licensed company. And if I recall, that was a problem last time.
Well, we were an unknown company. But he did say that he had heard good things from people who'd used our guns. So
All right, well, hurry back. I want you to model this armor when I've got it ready. I'm not just making one suit. Patty's putting me through all this bullshit. Do you have any specialized code name you want to use whilst on the field? Preferably aquatic.
you, what are you asking for? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna specialize. Never mind. I got this.
Okay.
I am being pedantic and trying to make some fun out of what was, in all encompassing, a miserable discussion for the last hour.
Fair. You should do something fun for you. Go make an arm or something. I don't know.
I'm going to make armor, and then I'm going to take some time to myself, and you might see something blown up on the news. Who knows?
As long as it doesn't get the more eyes on us, I don't care. Cool.
Either that or somebody get me a truck so I can go out scrapping again. I miss that. That was fun. Taking a angle grinder to an entire scrapyard and taking everything I wanted for myself. Just endless fields of Red Sea mechanics just left over from the old war. That was good time. Everything could blow up if you just weren't careful enough. Good days. But the person who usually got me out here, we kind of killed pretty early on. Slimy bastard. He's my one ticket out there. Don't want him back, though. Much prefer having his place to my own.
Fair.
Speaking of which, if you find some mattresses out there, I know it's such a weird thing. If you find some mattresses, we can actually have some beds in here.
I bet they sell cots at Lee's. If you want a cot.
I need the futons specifically. That's what we're looking for. I've got room for 3 bunks in one of the side rooms ready to go.
Darn, too bad there wasn't a furniture store we could have boosted that from.
That was my original plan. Thank you very fucking much.
Weird.
Oh, too bad.
Wow. It's almost like I had an entire list and shopping list of what we were going to steal. And then we decided that was too risky.
What? Dirty bomb? What?
That didn't happen.
What?
Or did it?
Krill's just sucking in through her teeth.
Totally wasn't my idea. Nope.
All right. Inner peace. Inner peace. She just grabs a wrench and throws it across the room. Inner peace. You know what? Maybe I might take your idea in motion. Maybe I will work on a couple of limbs after we're done. Troy, you're not going to be in danger, but just keep her safe all the same.
I intend to monitor her well-being. Oh, and Krill. When we return,
Yes.
I have something I would like to discuss with you.
Beautiful. It's good to be needed. Yes, I'd love that.
You may be particularly needed in this situation. But we will discuss that upon our safe return.
Enjoy your trip. Don't do anything she wouldn't do, because if you did anything I would, it'd end up terrible.
Hey, doesn't leave much off the table, but okay.
those are some very wide parameters.
Yep. Still safer than if you followed what I would do.
Fair.
Alright.
Right.
Load them on up, try.
All right. Miss Cynthia.
Later.
Do you want
Now-
him to have an accent like you, or do you just want him to be very prim and robotic?
Oh no, this is Trey. My bot I picked up on the discount shelf. This is Trey. He's an off-brand Troy bot.
Troy,
He doesn't talk.
could you make your skin a slightly tone more green than it is now?
I do not possess the ability to change the my color of my skin.
Is that actually true?
The manufacturer, the signature lilac coloring of the Troy unit is unfortunately desired and permanent.
Okay, so we can't make you look bootleg in that way.
Unfortunately, no. Unless you have paint.
I'm not painting you. That'd be such a hassle to get off of you later, and you would... I know you don't think you can feel discomfort, but I'm sure we would discover it shortly in time. No. If we are going to do anything for you... No, we don't even have... Like, all I've got is pure black clothes that we bought on the super cheap. Like, I don't even... I don't know. Troy, can you program speech impediments?
Technically, yes. Unfortunately, most of my speech most of my
Oh, look, it's
personality
perfect.
fuck. Most of my personality and speech functions were locked behind whatever damage caused caused my inability to access my personality functions to begin with. Hey, Caboose has a speech impediment or has a stutter, not Troy.
Do your best to sound like a less than perfect Troy bot. If you have to speak.
He ain't talking.
Fair enough. Now then. Car is charged. You should be perfectly fine getting to where you need to. Headlights ain't gonna break on you that easy, not like the way Patty fucking drives. Don't fucking bust the car up too much.
Yes, it was Patty who destroyed the headlights.
You both did, mind you. I made those headlights idiot-proof, but that front bumper still isn't. Krill helps load the guns in the back of the trunk.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Troy and Krill help finish up loading the guns into the trunk, and then once the trunk is loaded, Troy goes over to the passenger seat and opens the door and offers it to Cynthia.
Oh, thanks, Trey. I can't believe that you did that without me asking.
Troy silently nods.
Beautiful. You know what to do already. Karen slides in.
Troy closes the door with maybe a tad bit detectable level of aggression.
Good for you, Troy.
All right. Sort of take the reins here. Y'all had enough fucking leeway.
All right.
Fucking wander all over the fucking earth. All right. So, First off, Troy, give me a driving check.
I knew it.
You're welcome. I took the
That's a
driving
+1.
check.
Okay. See, Wordy didn't have a driving check because Wordy narrated her driving.
You're welcome. Ha
So,
Technically, I could have, but you took the reins.
yeah,
So.
well, fucking, you were still wandering all over the planet.
Not a single thing discussed went unargued.
Fuck.
And you wonder why Krill looks like she has an aneurysm
Congress-
by the end of that session.
Congress would be proud.
Yes, they would.
All right.
Holy fuck.
So,
Psychic damage on me personally.
You did that to yourself.
you make your way to Lee's discount armor.
I'm giving you shit. I'm messing with you. You're good. I'm
I'm gonna
messing
strangle
with
you.
I'm messing.
You make your way to Lee's discount in armor. It's, it's fluorescent lights, noticeable even in the daytime. The color of light coming out of the store kind of washes out just in front of it as well. All right, how do you make this approach?
Let's see. If this is me talking now. I think last time, if I'm right, we just pulled out back and I went out front to say, "Hey, I have a delivery of some guns." I think that's what we did.
You were told after making an arrangement with the salesperson in the store to take them around back.
Okay. Thank you.
Um,
I didn't remember. It's been fucking forever. Okay, so Karen will have Trey. You can just pull around the side. We're gonna have to bring him out back, but we gotta head on in real quick. Do a little chit chatting.
as the doors slide open to this emporium of death and destruction, the camera cuts to Patty pulling up outside a rundown industrial tenement building.
Pull outside the one directly next to the one that she's going to. She wants a little bit of a distance, so
Okay.
not too far away. But just eventually we'll move on over. She kind of gets a view of the place. What am I looking at here? How's it set up?
You are looking at a give me no. You are looking at a 2-story building that is sort of like embedded into the side of a larger building that has sort of been encompassed by a larger building. And you can see that like this they've sort of put stilts around this building to just build up and over it. And so you're looking at these two just simple like bottom row, top row situation. And the elevation of the street is sort of above the bottom row as well. Like you can see the city itself has built up around this building a little bit. And so the concrete and like it's, the corners are sort of pounded off and rounded off, and there's spray paint and tagging everywhere on this building. And there's just a series of 3 doors and 3 doors on this small, on the
front.
Yes.
So Patty's going to pull out Chip, and she can point out where exactly 6 would be at this moment.
6 is in the bottom right hand corner. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, top to bottom.
Bothers me a little bit, but okay.
Yep.
Okay. She doesn't walk immediately close to the tenement building, but she'll get a scope to see if she can see any windows or anything.
There are no windows.
Nope, just the tenement itself. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, you're just doing the sort of like the front of it sort of situation. Yeah.
Well, she's looking at the front right now, but then
Yeah.
she wants to see if she can move just down the street a little bit to see the side, to see if there's any windows.
There's an alley that you can head down. There are no windows, but there's an alley.
All right. So this is a shithole that is literally a sinkhole at this point. She's going to open up her connection to Chip and just to make sure that the signal's receiving both ways, making sure that it's still working that. And she's looking at Chip and she says, "Hey man, so we're a little bit of in a ship hole right now. I just need some eyes to look down the alley just to make sure if this guy decides to run, that we can know. You good with that? Just nod yes or no if you're not good with that." And probably takes a moment to respond and then eventually just nods and then says, "All right." And just walks over, probably not directly into the alley, but just angle it to where she can see Chip out of the corner of her eye, but also have Chip see into the alley itself. Just propping it up at some point, and then just walks over to the door and then just knocks really loudly on the door.
No one's home.
Okay, let me see here. What's his name? Okay. Shades, you better open this fucking door. I'm gonna have to break it down myself.
No Shades a key.
You got to the count of 3 before I kick it down. 1, 2, 3, and then she'll kick down the door.
All right, give me a roll.
That is a -4, so I'm going to use a fate point.
Okay.
And in this situation, she would have normally just kicked it straight from the front, but kind of enough breaching and entering at this point, she can notice that there's a fault line probably towards the middle of the door that if she were just to kick down there, it would probably like splinter and break her out. So her instincts kick in, and then she's like, okay, it is much better to kick closer towards the door jamb and towards the doorknob rather than straight in the middle in this moment. So I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay.
That's a -1 in this case.
When Patty sees this crack and aims for it and kicks it, she realizes quickly that the door is not wood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is that crack is a seam that runs down the middle of a split metallic slider door.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Ow, that hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Can she just shove the door open like to the side? She can.
You can give me a roll and try.
Sure. -1 again.
Narrate.
Okay. So it's like a shutter here that basically goes here.
Yeah, just imagine Star Trek doors.
Sure. Seeing that itself, what happens is she kind of rubs her hands together for a moment, and then if there's any electric or magnetic connection, what she can kind of do is just position her fingers a little bit to where the tips of them are going to line up with any seal at all. And she can essentially kind of just tug really hard, but then she gives like a little shock to try and open up the seal at all, just to see if she can push it through. Just
nothing really. I mean, you can hear the electric shock seems to have done very little. But Patty straining and pulling on this door, you can hear a sort of, just a sort of tail end of an actuated motor sort of being strained a little bit.
Gotcha. Is there any like building name that is given on any signs or anything, or it's just a shithole?
It's just a shithole.
Okay, well that door obviously is not coming up, so she's gonna walk over to Chip, pick it up, and then she's going to walk towards the window of number 6 on the alley side.
There's no window.
Oh, that you said there was a window.
No.
Nope.
No.
Gotcha.
I said you can walk down the alley, but there are no windows on that side.
Okay. She's going to check out more of the alley further down and then see if there's anything toward and see if there's any like bathroom windows at all.
As you walk down the alleyway, you realize that this building is not very deep. It's quite shallow. And there is an access corridor between the sort of this stilted, a larger fucking building that has been built above that is sort of a bracketed shape that comes down. And so they have an access corridor that runs between that building and the back of this building.
Okay.
So the alleyway goes down and there's just, a little bit of a thing that you can glance down or squeeze down.
Yeah. She'll try and give a good look at it before she decides to squeeze down it.
There is a large, slowly rotating fan built into the back of the wall. That, based off of just common sense geometry, should be a part of this unit number 6.
Okay, she's gonna squeeze on down there and check how rickety it is, see if she can actually push it, or if it would take a good kick just to move it out of the way.
So you want to give me a roll on that?
Yeah. That's gonna be a -1 again. Jesus, these rolls are great.
The fan is moving just fast enough that you can't quite see into the whatever lies beyond. But you can occasionally see a little glimpse. But it is a raw fan. It is mounted into a housing, and you are looking at the back side of it, so the coils are exposed to you. The windings are exposed to you.
Gotcha. She's going to pull up Chip again, and then she opens up to Brill real quick. Hey, Krill, you there?
Krill lifts up from the table, head deep in scrap. The sound of electricity zapping as it's manufacturing in front of her. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I got a fan that I'm looking to get past as she kind of shows.
It's a random human who's worried about your stream. Why does it matter?
I was just trying to give you eyes on the fan itself. I was just seeing if you could figure out a structural weakness there that I could kick or push through and then just get inside.
Krill looks through. Chip. Jesus Christ. Oh, you mean an actual fan? I am so sorry. I'm so used to... Okay. The structural weakness of a fan, Patty, is the central bolt.
Okay. Okay. Chip, if you can just float on there for a minute. Okay. 1, 2, and then she's going to try and kick the fan into the apartment to get inside again.
You have a gun.
Okay, give me a roll.
You have multiple guns.
With the +1 here.
Back to your character sheet. Okay.
Athletics and physique are both at +2.
Yeah. The fan is housed. It is literally like housed in the wall, and there's you see these sort of the pieces of metal of the bracing and the structure, and then they go to the center motor and the core. And on the opposite side, you'd be just looking at the front end of a fan. Like there's literally a core that you mount that has blades coming off of it, right? But on the back side of that, what you see is you see the windings of the motor, the coils themselves, and then you see a center pivot point that the actual the fan blades and the mounting point is housed, and you kick that center point, and not much happens. It is a large piece of metal that is resistant to percussive interference.
Okay. I was just looking for a cool knocking something down here, but that's fine. That's fine. Yep.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, you have a gun.
I'm trying to avoid opening fire into this place and spooking him.
You tried to kick his door down. You've already done that.
There's a difference between a gun and it getting kicked down. There is a difference.
If you think your life is in threat, no, it's not. Krill's eye, like, if the camera just zooms to Krill for a moment, her eyes are just a seething green as she is just sucking through her teeth, just trying to build this armor, and trying to not say the worst things that come to her mind.
Krill, give me a roll. Actually, give me 2.
-2. +0.
See, the problem is, Krill, you realize in that moment, as you are holding on to these thoughts, that you gave Patty the wrong advice. And that what she should have done, likely, is just shock the back of the motor.
You know what? You've got electricity for palms. That thing runs off of a motor. Why don't you just see what comes of it?
Fair. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I forgot about that for a minute.
But
Patty's just like complete.
But Krill, take 2 mental stress because you know.
Did I just lie to Patty, or did I just set her?
You went with your instincts. Your instincts were wrong, and when given that information, you chose to just tell. Hey, why don't you just try this and not let her know that.
This is going to end terribly. Mind you, Kai, she's only got 2 mental stress because since the beginning of this game, we've all agreed she is a mental nutcase.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take a moderate of. I want to see the worst happen.
Okay, Patty in this moment is quite aware. Now we have some options here, Kai. I could just do a passive.
Hold on. Why are you taking consequences for your mental stress? Did you take mental stress earlier?
No. You gave me physical stress.
Okay.
And then that hit me to a mild.
Okay, but...
Then you just gave me mental stress that hit me to 0 as well.
Okay, so yeah, you should... If you have 2 boxes of mental stress or 1?
2. We agreed at the beginning of the game that she is a basket case.
So that's you 2.
Then you've marked it out. You're good.
Yeah, then that's just the second box.
Yeah, no, you have to exceed that in order to get consequences.
Yeah.
2 boxes. So if you have 3 boxes, that's 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points. Right?
And
so
if you have 2 boxes, then you take
okay, so if I get 3, then I take the
if you have 2 boxes of mental stress, the first box is 1 point, the second box is 2 points.
I took it as if you hit 0, it counts.
No.
Fair enough.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Patty.
It's not HP.
So Patty's looking at this for a minute, and she like, I mean, it's an option, but then she, despite her frustration right now, she is picking up that Krill is probably getting more and more agitated with her. May I
I
roll?
want you to make an empathy roll just to
Yeah.
be sure.
I would like to make an empathy roll.
Okay. Give me your do rolls.
Because for all you know, I'm giving you perfect advice.
That's a +3.
Which is
Should I roll deception?
I'm
Yeah.
willing.
Or
So Kai,
apathy?
as an option here, I'm willing to automatically fail this because my friends matter most to me, and even if I agitate them, I can rely on them to fuck me over. I'm willing to fail this if I could have a fate point for a bit of the comedic value.
I'm
Okay.
willing to spend a fate point in turn so she doesn't gain one the next session, and just burn mine to.
We just refresh
Add-
at the end of session.
Yeah. How many?
Yeah,
how
no,
many
but if
years-
you
how
gain
many
one,
are you
that gives
sitting
you
on
4
right
next.
now.
I have 2 right now.
Okay. So yeah. You just want
I've got
to. You just
3.
want to fill your tank back up at like
Yep.
towards the. That's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're leaning into it a little bit.
Fine.
All right. So she's
I'll-
just like,
I'll
all right,
trade.
and then just goes to put her hands on the motor.
Give me an.
Can I spend a fate point of
No,
my
you're
plans
good.
come
We're-
second to none, and where I know for a fact that this motor is absolute shit, and there's no way this isn't going to end extra horribly?
Okay. You. I mean. There's nothing for you to do in this situation.
Damn.
Patty.
So I'm going to narratively make worse.
Patty, give me. Just give me an advantaged cursory roll here.
Okay. That's a -1. That's a -3. So we're running with a -1.
Okay. There you are. Fucking, like, where the fuck are you? Okay. So you reach up and shock the back of this motor housing. And you smell like there's a puff of like bluish gray smoke that comes out of this motor, and you smell sort of this acrid, sort of plasticky sort of smell that comes out of this. But the fan stops, like it just starts slowing down and stops near immediately. And you can see, I mean, this is a person plus sized fan on the back of this fucking wall here. You can see there's like gaps that big between the fan blades, and you can look right in, and spinning around is this wiry, greasy looking little motherfucker that just was at the door. You can sort of see into this room, and there's like steps leading down from the door. The bottom of this building is even further into the ground than you would have initially thought. And yeah, he just spins around and goes, "What the?"
She's going to jump inside and then pulls out her gun and points it at him.
All right.
And then as soon as he puts his hands up, she's going to walk a little closer. She's going to let the gun hang a little more casually, less military moment in this is. So you fucked up by not letting me in automatic. You realize that, right?
I mean, I was
Cut
busy.
the bullshit. It's a yes. There is no no.
There's always a no, man. I mean,
So, Rico, we're going to keep it simple here, okay? You owe Eminem $20K. Now, I could charge $25 on top for me having to go through this fucking hassle, but I'll be kind to you and not be an absolute bitch.
Give me an advantage deception roll.
-3. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Give me something. That's a +1. Let me see. What am I? Man, I'm so tempted to do it that way. So I'm going to use. I'm half tempted to use my trouble here, but I can't use it positively necessarily. Because what my brain was thinking is that if people don't like me, whenever I'm not fucking around, they know not to fuck with me, but I know it's a trouble, so that's the problem.
I would use
Mm-hmm.
your high concept and just invoke it from the perspective of he's dealing with a professional.
Okay.
Right, like the manner in which you came in, the firearms handling, that sort of thing. Like I would just shoot for my high concept on that one, because I think you're trying to get a +2, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to basically.
Yeah,
I know he's not gonna go for the 20K, but I'm trying to leverage my place and power over him right now to go a decent bit above that 10K. And so at this moment, I'm like, I'm giving the sense of the. I may have taken off the sunglasses, but the minute he looks into my eyes, he knows that I'm out here on a mission. That mission will be accomplished, and if he deters me from that mission, we're gonna have some fucking issues. So, high concept use.
Okay, so you're going for the +2?
Yep. I am not rolling well, and I do not want to risk it.
Okay. He holding up his hands. He looks at you and goes, "Man, it's not 20 fucking 20,000 credits. That's fucking you're full of shit, man.
It's an extra 4K from the pure amount of effort I have to put in to collect this, and then the amount of shit you give from me not getting it automatically. That's an extra 2K on top. Now let's consider the extra 4K just for my annoyance.
Look, hear me out. I got 5K worth of creds on me. Like I got 5K worth of creds on me. But like I've got look. You seem like you could you might want to you need somebody like me. See, you seem to have trouble entering places, and see that was what I was trying to do before the fucking corpos. That's your real enemy, not me. Your enemy is the corpos. You see, I got you 5K. Fucking maybe that'll make this go away or not. But hear me out. Over there in that other room, if you just let me go in there, if you let me in there, I can hook you up with. We got some scrap that I can trade. There's like some drone parts and some cybernetics and stuff in there that like you could take whatever else is in there. But hear me out. There's an ID card in there that I got made before the corpos cracked down. It can get you on the tram out to past into the corpo space. I can get you into Zone 5, man.
I'm very much reading he's full of shit here, but I want to see how much of full of shit he is.
Okay.
Empathy check.
Oh yeah, I'm rolling. That's a +1, so that's a 5 right now. I want to see if he actually thinks he has that card that can actually work it, or he's just straight up lying out of his ass.
He definitely doesn't roll well.
Mm.
I mean, I could actually hold on. He would be disadvantaged in that. Okay, yeah. He's as near as you can. As near as you can tell, he is trying to barter with you. He knows he's got his back against the wall, and he's playing cards.
Okay. She's going to put the gun away.
Aspen, you're muted if you're... Okay.
She's going to put the gun away. Walks a little closer, and she wraps an arm around his shoulders. She's doing the, I'm being friendly to you, but, she grips a little tightly, and very much giving the sense of, you've calmed me for now. And then she's, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get that 5K together, put it right on the table, right? You're going to show me the scrap, go show me the ID card, and then we're going to get another 5K, and then we'll call it even.
I don't know where to,
Well, Shades, I'd hate to say it, but you don't really exactly have a place here. So, how about you get that other 5K, and I won't have to break your fucking shin? You've seen that meme around?
How about
I have a reputation
for
breaking
shins. Hear me out. How about you break my shin?
You want me to break your shin for real?
Yeah. We'll do I'll do the. Can I give you the card and you just break the shin?
You give me the card, give me the 5K and the scrap, and then I'll break your shin. Let me talk to my employer first to make sure we have that handled. She sends a quick message to Eminem and just says, guy has 5K on him. I can break his shin for 5K. It's fine. Hold on. Okay, what's he got? So, the deal's got a little more testy here now. You find me 10K, or we take 5K and I break both of your shins. This man is desperate.
All right, let me just okay, look.
She just grips him tighter and says, yes or no here.
Look, hear me out. Let's just say I find you the 10K. All right? If I find you the 10K, then like some of the stuff gotta like come off the table a little bit. Like, that card, that ID card alone's gotta be worth like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10K.
I'll leave the scrap if I'm being generous.
It's at this moment Krill creeps in. That is a ID card to Red Sea, one of the most highest military grade areas. If we walked in as an uninvited guest, ID card or not, we are not safe.
She doesn't say anything, but she'll send a message to Krill. Then I'll take the scrap.
Kai, you're going to say?
For purposes of clarity, Zone 5 is the Corpo Commons.
It's purple.
Your map says otherwise. Okay.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, Corporal Commons is Zone 7.
Sorry. Then I misspoke, and it should be Zone 7.
Okay, that's different. Sorry,
Yeah.
because you were just like, I have an ID card to the U.S. military base. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's gonna go so great for us. An ID card to 7 can get us safely into an exorbitant amount of executive bases, as well as the company that made Troy and the body I'm currently inhabiting. And even on a personal note, very well the doc that may have brought me into this world. That should be considered a key item, at least for our personal gain, if you wish to consider that.
She sits there and reads the message, and then kind of purposely pretends like she's seriously mulling it over, and leaves him sitting. And you can see probably the sweat is dripping off him as he's waiting for me to make a decision. Okay. You've convinced me, Shades. I only break one of your shins. I take the 10K. I leave the scrap. I take the card. And for that, you get off easy.
If he puts up a fight, take everything.
Now, if you try to negotiate further from here, my patience is running out really quickly. And you know me, I would hate to have to break both of your shins.
Troy can take all his creds with his calm if you need that.
Do I get to do I get to choose the leg?
Since I'm being generous, yes.
Shake on it?
Shake on it.
He reaches out and shakes your hand.
Shakes it.
He walks back to the back room. There's just a corner of a thing. It's barely a closet.
I'm keeping an eye on him the whole time.
He opens the door and he literally comes out with like a pile of fucking scrap, and then he moves, and then he's got a small case and a codex on top of that case, and he swipes the 10,000 credits over to you, and he hands you the small case.
Just opens it up just to check.
It's locked.
You mind opening it up just so I can make sure? I would hate to come back here and have to deal with you again.
He puts his thumb on it, and it you hear a little and it opens.
What's inside? Just the card?
Inside is a secured, encrypted, and access card for the tram system that allows individuals to be taken past the zone, the agricultural zone, into the Corpo Commons.
Okay. She's gonna look it over, and she's purposely recording the front and the back of it. And as soon as she kind of gets a whole once over it, she'll put it in her pocket and then send a video over to Troy, and then says, key card to corporate commons. I'm bringing the actual thing back, but just in case we can get any data off it. There you go. And then she's going to put it back in the case and says, so we're going to encrypt this to my thumb, or you're going to try and let me walk out with it, only able to own it, open it.
Oh, it's DNA coded.
All right, well, let's code
Just
it to my
take the
DNA.
card. We don't need the case.
Or you could always just take a thumb.
So we got some options here. I can take the case with me, take your thumb too, so we can open up for later, or is it simple just to connect it to my thumb?
I mean, if you don't mind bleeding a bit.
Sure. There you go.
He, with the case open, there's a simple reset button. He just holds for 3 seconds and a light starts flashing on it. He says, put your thumb on it.
Cool.
And you feel a needle stab into your thumb with just a slight, and he goes, there you go.
All right. And then she'll close it with a key card inside and check it one more time just to make sure it opens. And then just...
It works.
Cool. All right. Where and when? And how do you want it done?
Right leg.
Right leg?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. You want it done on the bed or you want it done on the couch?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. You go and sit down there, and then we'll get done, and then our business will be dealt with.
He sits down on the couch.
All right. Put your leg up.
He puts his leg up.
She raises her foot and then just slams it down on the shin.
Give me a roll.
Okay. +1.
That is to your +2.
Yep.
You hit and it goes dunk.
All right. And minutes it starts breaking. The generousness does kick in.
I didn't say break.
Oh, it's metal.
Yes.
It's just straight metal.
Yes.
Dunk.
It's a cybernetic leg.
Oh, I saw that coming a mile away. We're in cyberpunk.
Patty.
Hmm.
I'm gonna look through Chip. As Chip's vision starts to flash and looks over his body, I would like to roll an investigate check to see what part of him isn't metal.
Give me a roll.
Comes to a +1 in total.
You know, for whatever reason, there seems to be a lot of interference in your connection today.
You know what she's going to do? She's going to start laughing. I see what you were doing. You're a little clever little bastard, aren't you?
I mean, look. Are you a woman of your word?
I'm a woman of my word.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
Hey, you got me good there. But as soon as she says that, she's just going to quickly tap him in the nose to try and make him start bleeding out of it a little bit.
Give me a roll.
And yep. I'm going to... I have to re-roll this just for my reputation.
Okay.
The old instincts here. No. All right, I don't want to sever the fucking knee. She understands in this moment that basically if military, the street, you live and die by your reputation. And if you manage to look weak, even in a moment when you're trying to assert some power, it usually ends up making you look worse. So her old instincts are kicking in where she knows that she has to make sure that punch on his nose fucking lands and potentially breaks. So she's going to reroll.
Okay, give me a reroll.
That's a +0. What did he roll?
+3.
Nice.
So you punch him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he snaps back right as, it might as well be moving with your fist.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not enough to break his nose. Yeah. Catches him off guard, scares him a little bit, but he's
Yeah, basically a moment of, and then as soon as she sees that, she's, "Oh, you're a little wily one, aren't you? You know what? We'll call that even. Let's hope I don't see you again, Shades."
You are doing a job. Finish the fucking job.
Hey.
No metagaming.
Yeah, take your back.
This isn't metagaming. This is Krill watching her making a fucking deal that is screwing us.
Fucking. Don't get caught with that card.
And then she walks out the fucking fan. Yep.
The camera cuts as Patty finds her way out under from the fan, and we see Karen walking up to the counter to greet her old friend Peter.
Oh, it's Peter. Hi, Peter. How you doing?
Hi, Cynthia. How you doing? Long time no see. It's been a hot minute.
It's been a minute. How you been?
You know how it be. The heat and the wet and the moisture and the humidity some days, I swear.
Oh, every other day I stink to high heaven.
You can't catch a break around these parts. But what can I do for you?
Well, I seem to have acquired a few more of those, what is it, Krilltech guns?
Oh,
if you're interested.
Your brother out there finding random things in the alleys again?
Yeah, you know, I wish he'd done wandered off one day, and I haven't seen him in a minute. That's why I got myself this Trey thing here. He works great, talks just as much as Jeb does. Don't you, buddy?
Roy's just like staring straight forward and like occasionally twitches his face. It's like,
man, or well, I suppose an android. Few words. Well, you know, how many of these Krilltech guns have you stumbled upon this time?
Well, I have 4 cases. Yeah, and that's. I think I have like 15. Wait, I have 20.
20 whole rifles. I'll be. It's raining from heaven today, ain't it? Well, I'll tell you what. We still got to take them out back and give them a good old test. You mean, you know, private sales, used sales like that. We gotta dot our I's and cross our T's.
Of course, got to make sure I didn't like plug the barrel or something silly like that.
You know, never know. And I mean, people try and pass off all sorts of merchandise from time to time. And you got to do your, due diligences, as they say.
Well, I wouldn't expect it any different. If you let me slip by without including half the gun, I'd do it in a heartbeat. You know that.
You wily son of a bitch, ain't you?
I mean, yeah.
All right. Well, you know the deal. Bring them around back. I'll have get Trevor or somebody out there back there fucking test them real quick for you. 20, you say? We should be able to get that done, no problem. Lickety split for you. Yeah. Get them dropped off out back just like before. If you want to follow the guns, you can, or you can stay around and I don't know, shoot the shit a little bit with your old friend Peter. It's up to you.
If you have the time for me, Peter, I wouldn't mind sitting around. I think Trey here can do the job, lifting the heaviness. Can't you, Trey?
Roy just slowly looks over to Karen.
Yeah, that's a yes.
I'll be. You basically you got them like telekinesises or something going on between the two of you. Look how simpatico y'all be.
Yeah, it's like we're chameleons or something.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trey was it? Trey, yeah, just go round back, just round the corner again. You see a door back there. Just just drop the rifles off there, and when you're done, take your time. Don't hurry yourself. Little Miss Cynthia here and I will just, we'll be right here waiting for you when you get back.
As Troy turns around, his head's like staying in the exact same position until the skin around it starts to stretch, in which case it just finally wraps back around and faces forward, and Troy walks out.
Well,
Nifty trick he's got.
that was a touch creepy, wasn't it?
I think it's endearing.
Well, to each their own, to each their own. So, Miss Cynthia, you seem to find yourself with these mysterious guns somewhat regularly. Anything you'd like to discuss with your old friend Peter?
Well, I mean, it's possible that I might be finding these a little bit more clean of a place than out the back of a truck kind of a thing. It's possible.
Interesting. Now, they that last batch didn't. I mean, it wasn't the world's greatest guns, but they, from what we understand, they fired. They went bang. So we wouldn't be opposed, and I mean I get a commission on anything we bring in anyway. We wouldn't be opposed to seeing more of them if you knew an alleyway or a covered doorway or wherever they be coming from. If there were some sort of more of them that could be sent our way from time to time, I wouldn't be opposed to that. We could.
How often? What kind of numbers you thinking?
Well, we'll have to kind of see how this next batch sells, because it could have been a one-off. Who knows? We'll just have to see. But how about you? How about we go out and we'll see how these sell, and they should be gone within a week or so. How about you and I just have a plan to have a business dinner, and we can discuss business over some dinner, and we can go from there.
Okay. Some dinner for for business.
Exactly.
All right. As long as I can write it off. What are you thinking, like a chicken shack?
I mean, a woman of your caliber deserves something better than a chicken shack. We should at least see a burger joint.
Right to my clogged arteries.
Well, I think we should discuss the terms of our arrangement. Somewhere more hospitable to doing business.
I think that would make a moderate amount of sense. Sprinkling here and there.
Troy, you drop the guns off out back. Do you stay, or do you just drop them off and fuck off?
I think Troy would drop the guns off and then return back inside.
Okay. Oh well, Miss Cynthia, it looks like your tray is back again.
Ah, he's awfully quick.
Well,
Spry stepper.
Well, I suppose I will leave the two of you to it. I will go out back and personally see to oversee your firearms testing. Make sure that they treat them right.
Well, feel much obliged. It's always nice to feel like I have a warm, comfy seat whenever I visit.
Well, Miss Cynthia, I believe you have my number. Do I have yours?
I don't believe I have connected that way. How how forgetful of me. Karen pulls out her codex and
Well, I will absolutely be in touch as soon as those firearms are sent on to their happy homes, and we hear back from a couple of them. I got some customers in mind that will readily provide some field testing data for us. So, yeah, I will be in touch, Miss Cynthia.
sounds great.
I will see you in a few anyway. You just hang out here if you wish. Do some shopping in our fine establishment. And if you wish to spend some of those newly earned creds, we would not be opposed. But in the meantime, lovely to see you, Miss Cynthia. Trey.
You got it. You got it. Like a trap.
He walks away. Just a slight glance back.
Oh, sure is nice dealing with quality personnel, isn't it, Trey?
Troy just looks down at you.
Literally and figuratively.
Well, while we're here, we might as well do a little poking and picking. Have anything that you want to take a look at there?
Troy just looks down at his hands and then looks back up to Karen and just kind of gives her this nod like,
I mean, I don't know. They might have like memory upgrades. I don't know what kind of thing you're after. I don't know. I don't know what you'd be interested in.
Troy looks up at the sign that says it's a gun store.
I don't know. Download some RAM or something. I don't know.
The as Trey and Cynthia shop their way, wandering wandering up and down the aisles of Lee's Discount Armor and Weapons, basking in the glory of the freedom of the grand old American tradition, even though America has fallen. The camera cuts back to Patty walking into exactly freedom's loudly, walking into the M&M pawn shop.
All right, I got your 10K.
So, what you have to do to get that extra 5 out of him?
Threaten to break his shins. Slide on. Not only breaking one, turns out the shin he has is that just a full-on fucking robotic. So, I figured I'd threatened him enough. Didn't want him to go on full bitch baby on me, so I think I'd let him slide with that one. Seems like a fucking little rat, so let the rat be a rat.
Well, send me my 9K.
There you go.
All right. Happy doing business with you.
No problem.
All right.
You got anyone else that needs some work for them, or
Nah,
just
he's good for now.
all right, cool. So what you been up to, you and Mikey? I don't know. I got some time to kill, so I just wanted to say, I don't know. I'm not good at.
Feel free to buy something.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not good at conversating yet. Just yeah. She looks around for a minute, just the awkward I'm gonna look around but not say anything and just yeah. Just looking. And then after that she'll pick up another random set of sunglasses. Just something just to give him some extra creds at this point. Just the sorry for that, kind of that understanding of the sorry about saying that. That was weird coming out of my mouth. And then just nods and then heads out, starts heading back towards the base as starts making her way along this rather easy drive and just kind of it's been an interesting day so far. And then just eventually just winds her way back to the base as the traffic probably starts picking up after she arrives at that point, and then she'll get back in the base probably a little bit before the rest of the other two get back, or before, I don't know.
All right.
She'll get.
Yeah, no, you'd be back. Well, we'll see. So as you head back to base, and the camera cutting back to Lee's discount armor and weapons, Pater comes out the back and starts looking around, goes out onto the floor, walks up to you with a little slip in his hand, and goes, well, Miss Cynthia, I will tell you, since we're possibly engaging in some further business here, we grade our guns on a scale of 1 to 6. So you know, we went ahead and ran those guns through, and as near as we can tell, if you'd like a full breakdown, or I can just give you how much we're willing to offer you.
Well, I'd definitely like to know the rating. I need to know out of 6 now.
Well, we found that one of them was a 1. Let's see, 8 of them were a 2. 7 of them were a 3. One of them was a 4, 2 of them were 5s, and one of them was a good old dandy 6. So that means we are willing to offer you 2,470 credits today.
All right. Now, what was the issue with that one? The number 1.
I will tell you, I do not have that kind of data on my sheet. That is up to the technicians. I can get that for you, of course. If you'd like, I can bring that to our dinner.
You know, that would work great. If you could just get a little report of the findings.
I will get them to draw that up, no problem for you. All right. Well, if you have anything that you'd like to check out, otherwise we can just get those credits transferred over to you if you wish.
Well, getting another fragger would be nice. I did enjoy that last one. But nah, I don't need any nades today. I think I'm okay.
Well, lady can always use more explosives, but I understand.
After my own heart.
He walks you up to the front counter, one of the checkout lanes that's automated, and he just keys in and goes, okay, well, I will transfer that over to your codex right now if you would like. 2470. There we go.
Beautiful. Feel heavier already.
Well, he looks you up and down and goes, you don't look an ounce heavier.
And what wonderful eyes you do have.
Well, Miss Cynthia, I will be in touch with your lovely self so we can arrange a fine dinner together.
Nearly dripping in anticipation.
Trey.
He's a great one, isn't he?
He creepy. He not coming
He's
to
the
the
best.
he not coming to the dinner, ain't he?
He doesn't eat.
All right. Well, Miss Cynthia.
Hater.
He Peter walks away, starts walking to the back, glances back again, but this time he's glancing at Trey a little bit.
Trey just stares at him.
Do the neck thing again. Do the neck thing again.
Troy just slowly turns his head, almost like almost about a whole 180, and then turns it back.
Gotta remember to do that sometime. Really freak somebody out. Actually, yeah. Mental note. I'm gonna have you do that again. That's gonna be fun. All right. Let's get back in the car.
All right, Troy follows Karen back to the car.
Thank you.
Who?
Trey leads Cynthia back to the car.
Well, thank you. And Karen just stands next to the passenger door.
Trey had already anticipated that and is already walking over to the passenger door and letting Karen in with maybe movements that are not quite as elegant as he's usually displaying.
I love having you around, Trey.
Trey slams the door. After getting back in the car and heading his way back to the base, Troy finally drops the tray persona and states, "There were 3 instances in that interaction where I was tempted to initiate my gag reflex."
Give me a driving check.
Was narrating.
Yeah, except you weren't narrating a drive.
Or
Just-
that way, whatever.
Just narrate
Lordy.
the driving.
Yeah.
-3.
Yeah,
Idiot-proof headlights.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm gonna aspect that. I'm going to utilize my high concept, the former sex robot thing. Troy is going to reorient himself now and store the memory of that event for later, since that seemed to have been kind of affecting the interaction that he and that Cynthia had, or the Cynthia persona that Karen had, is leaving kind of, if Troy could taste, a bad taste in his mouth. So he is going to, I guess essentially, whatever the robot equivalent of, compartmentalize that experience a little bit and concentrate on driving on the road. And I'm going to re-roll.
Okay.
My fucking god.
What'd you get?
It's a -2.
Amazing.
And Krill, I don't like the edit. The first typos were great, but not an no idiote prude bumper. It's great.
That's what happens when you type without looking, because you're just so done with your fucking self.
So, care to narrate your driving and why it is the way it is?
That was. I don't think Troy's ever had to adopt a persona, an alternative persona, when out with Karen before. Usually he's either been in the back keeping an eye on things while Karen does the stuff, and this is the first time he's done this. He was almost excited, as it was a unique experience, but he found the Cynthia persona very distasteful for some reason. It was of a particularly annoying afflection to his processes. And as he's attempting to somewhat wipe that impression off of him, he's taking his eyes, or he's taking his concentration off the road a little bit, and almost accidentally swerves and hits the curb a little bit, and kind of bumps up onto the sidewalk before recorrecting and driving straight.
You okay there, Troy?
I think into the future, I would prefer to stay behind and monitor from a distance.
Why?
For some reason, I found the Cynthia persona and that Peter person to be
Hater.
the Pater person to be somewhat grating. Also, I am finding out that I can find a personality grating, and that is also a particularly distracting process.
Yes. Okay. All right. So you find certain people annoying. Okay. Okay.
Classist, wordy,
Yes.
before it becomes a classist.
Huh. So you got something about Cynthia and Pater did not rub you right. Okay. Okay. Were you aware that you were being creepy?
Being creepy was not quite the intention there, but I have experienced lesser androids in the past. I was attempting to emulate them since you wished me to be a knockoff.
Okay. Well done. Well done. All right.
I assumed the persona was acceptable.
I loved it. I want a tray around all the time. Not you. I want a tray. I want you to be you. But I also want a tray.
I don't think I would want a tray.
You don't need one. That neck thing though. That neck thing. We're gonna have some fun with that. Have some fun with that. Okay. Okay. All right. What do I get an android who's upset to calm him down? Would a puppy work?
I believe a puppy would be too burdensome and distracting.
Okay.
I am already putting several processes to the well-being of three living beings.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean like yeah.
Give me another driving roll.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You guys are having this conversation while you're already disturbed and you're still driving.
That's a +2.
Okay.
All right. Troy is definitely putting a few more processes onto the driving as they are heading back to the base now. I think probably the speaking with Karen is somewhat soothing the processes a little bit as well.
Huh. Almost like talking about your feelings helps manage them. Weird. We should explore that more, Troy. With like a professional. Not me.
I doubt there is a psychiatrist in existence qualified to handle the complexities of my situation.
Valid. Hey, maybe we can find a bot. I'm sure. Yeah, I hear advertisements for like therapy bots all the time. I bet they'd be able to talk to you. Have you tried that?
I worry about advertising my ability to think and feel.
Oh yeah, that part. Okay. Fair. Okay. I guess I will be therapist too. Cool. 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 All right. Well, you did great. I appreciate it. I only know I probably would have stuck behind to watch the guns, but that's me. Like, you did fine. You did fine. Good job, Troy.
Could I have stuck behind to watch the guns?
I don't think it would have made any difference.
I'm afraid I was a little unfamiliar with the proper protocols for this sort of exchange.
You did fine. I gave you no instructions, which is always interesting to see what you decide.
Then it pleases me that I performed, or that my intuition was adequate.
You did great.
Thank you.
Have you heard any update on how Patty's doing?
The camera shifts in perspective at that moment as Patty's walking up to Krill and says, I have Chip, unharmed, untouched, perfectly fine.
You're assuming you can get through the laboratory door, which is hard locked right now.
Okay, I'll go around the front then.
It's
And
still
then-
locked.
Okay, I'll just,
You can get into the building. It's the lab.
yeah.
It's locked.
Okay. She'll let Chip go and then plug the chip back into the base and then just knocks on the door. You good, Krill?
Moment your knuckle touches the door, you just hear the thoom. Like you feel the vibration of music in that room. Just drowning everything.
She's just gonna like look up as the brief images of the last few minutes play in her mind. Like, I mean, I get it annoyed her. Like, what did I do in particular? All right, well, Chip's back at the base. Managed to pick up something pretty decent from it. We know about that. I know she's saying it out loud. She says it anyways. If you need anything, I'll be here. And just kind of slowly walks away as the camera probably zooms into the room itself.
Krill is just steaming, mad, frustrated, and honestly, emotionally cornered. Everything that could have gone right today has just left her feeling less like a part of something greater and more like a cog or a control mechanism to be used. She's currently dismantling one of her arms, going through it piece by piece. Her left leg is also wide open in the same way as she's examining every bit of electronics in it. The armor that she promised to be built is not even a eighth of the way through. A couple of plates are made, but at this point, she's being fully selfish. And she's learning to deconstruct her entire being, piece by piece.
Give me a war roll.
+3 total.
Give me an investigate roll.
+4 total.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She's comparing it to the online schematics and going through it slowly, making sure where every micro nerve and artificial piece is going. It's the only way she learned to get out of her current state. Once finding everything she needs, she slowly starts stitching herself back together. Eyes green, just trying to focus on anything positive. As the camera leaves the room slowly.
So the car eventually probably pulls up.
Car pulls up and Karen is still talking to Troy.
Garage door just opens up as Patty's in front.
And Karen's saying, well, I'm not saying you have to get like an animal or something. But have you ever heard of like Viral Farmer?
No.
It's these silly things. It's you can have this little farm and little animals and little area, and what you grow is viruses. It's Viral Farmer.
That sounds potentially dangerous.
It's like a little rotavirus or something. I don't know. They say it's harmless, but it's like it takes like this much space, and you have to feed it like once a year or something. Like it sounds like your speed, and like maybe you could like hang out with them and like I don't know. Scale to you, I don't think matters. Like you could like look in really tiny, couldn't you, and like hang out with them and stuff.
Unfortunately, I do not possess the ability to see into the microscopic scale. But more importantly, I'd be worried about what Krill might be tempted to do with these.
Oh, valid. Yeah. Okay. Dang.
I cannot help but worry that she may retrofit the virus into something potentially more contagious.
You tell her that they are your babies, and she will leave them alone.
There's just a knock on the door for Karen.
Oh,
Just opens the door.
what? Oh, sorry. We were talking about pets for Troy. How are you? How'd it go?
It's fine. I got the 10K and I got like something pretty neat off of them too. So
What did you?
let's head on back in before we say it out here.
Okay. 10K? You got 10K?
No, I got a 1K. I got the 9K to him. So
Oh. Your words were confusing.
yeah, you're good. But so let the car in, close the garage door, and then pulls open the case, and then just puts a thumb on the pad and opens it up. So I've got a key card to the tram for the corporate commons. I wanted the dude seemed pretty honest from what I could tell. I figure we give Troy at least access to the data, and then if we ever need to go in the face, we can do that too.
Karen walks over and starts looking at the card in the case.
Troy joins her.
Picks it up. What do
Did
you
you?
what do you see with this, buddy?
Is Troy like able to scan any data off of the card?
The card it requires a specific reader to access it. It can be wirelessly accessed, but it is tied to a proprietary set of hardware.
I think for something of this level, Troy would not have anything built into him that would be capable of reading it if it is this proprietary.
Well, I mean, can you like what do you see anything electronic, or is it just a dead card to you?
Um, it does not. It is not an inert device, but unfortunately, I am not capable of accessing any data off of it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It
All right.
requires a proprietary device to just read and scan.
We're not gonna know this thing works until we like use it, are we? Cool. Karen's looking at the box. Does the little is the buttons on the lid that resets it?
No, it's in here. Then you can put your thumb up, it'll prick
I'm
it.
not talking out loud. I'm asking Kai.
Wow.
Yeah, it's basically just you sort of
Sitting there.
situation. Yeah.
Okay. Karen, while looking at the box, presses the reset button and closes it and puts her thumb on the fingerprint reader.
I sure hope that thing is auto-sterilizing.
What? Why?
Did it pricked my thumb earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Why?
Could you draw your thumb back and you're bleeding now?
No. This is
Yeah.
Karen being like, what?
Well, you don't want to accidentally spread any diseases.
Do you have any diseases, Patty?
Not to my knowledge. I got tested pretty regularly at MedTech.
See, I'm good.
Yeah, but it's good to be sterilized just in case. Just it's a good procedure. Yeah, but yeah, I went to check on Krill earlier. She's doing something in her room. I think she's annoyed at me or something. I don't know what I did.
Oh yeah, she's annoyed at you. Yeah.
What did I do?
Yes.
You were yourself.
I was saying what I thought was the right idea, but if she wanted to come along, if that's the issue, that I don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, she's in the room if you want to go talk to her.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go talk to her. You have fun figuring that out though, because that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah.
Karen goes and knocks on the door.
Troy is also standing beside Karen.
The door does open, but it doesn't open at its normal pace. It's like a begrudging automatic slide. The music turns down as they enter. It's not her normal like hip hop or anything. It's actually a very somber song that just has a heavy bass track to it. And that's where you see Krill at this point has completely detached one of her arms. As she's electrifying it, testing every nerve, watching her fingers twitch. Yes, what can I help you with?
We did the thing. We sold the stuff. Um Looks like you're in the middle of something. Oh, you took my advice. You're gonna do the thing with the arms. I knew I knew you. I knew you. I was like, she's not happy with only two. What is she doing? Yeah.
I need to know how my systems work if I want to add or replace.
Okay. Fair. Um Patricia has returned as well.
Oh, I know. Don't watch the footage back. You only disappoint yourself more. She got the money. Every bit of my instinct told me she shouldn't have. But she got it somehow.
I barely care how. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. As long as it doesn't cost us money. If it comes back to bite us in the ass, you bet I'm throwing her under that bus, though.
In this situation, I think she walked off scot-free. And I don't know if that pisses me off more or not.
Should we fix that then?
I don't think that will benefit us anything. Would appreciate even the hint of it.
Oh, I meant like mess with Patty, but yeah, that would work too.
No, I know.
Oh,
I
okay,
know.
okay.
But
If she was
that
successful, then what is the problem?
have you ever seen someone trip upstairs, Troy?
Physically, that is not possible.
Oh, it very much so is, and Patty somehow did it with flying colors today.
So she performed admirably.
To be fair, par for the course for this group.
Painfully, yes.
So, not gonna hold it against her.
Nope,
I
and
don't
it's not why I
really
don't want
care.
to either.
Yeah, I don't really care how or why it got done.
No, it's just the sour topping on the mood I've been in for the last few days.
Other than the whole arm thing, anything I can do to help? I could put a little bit of turpentine in one of Wordy's bottles, Patty's bottles.
Yep. And where are these bottles? Yep. Ooh, turpentine.
Again, it benefits us not. I should just focus on efficiency, being useful, and doing what I can. Not that I'm going to be useful in any other way, so may as well do what I'm good at.
I appreciate you. Oh, speaking of, apparently the gun store appreciates your guns too, because I have a meeting after this last shipment when they get sold off to maybe arrange something a little more permanent.
Perfect. Tell them we'll do them a super discount for the first range if they want to help us get our license.
I will keep that in my negotiating pocket. Thank you.
As Krill, you just see a hologram flow over her empty forearm, changing out different styles of arms. What to do? Good job today, Karen. Thank you for doing all that. I'm sure Troy was a big help as well.
Oh yeah, Trey did great.
There's a notable
Just
annoyed
slow.
expression on Troy's face.
Krill just slow blinks at that sudden drop of accent. Okay. Troy, if you want anything to do that's more in your wheelhouse than chauffeuring around our lovely friend here, if your compatriots want to call in their contracts sooner than later, always better.
Actually, I was intending to ask you about that.
We have downtime right now between anything major. I'd rather utilize it now than need it when we're stuck, than it called on us when we're in a worst case scenario.
Then, if Karen, if you and Karen do not need to speak, then I would prefer to keep this between us. No offense, Karen, but the fewer eyes on this, the safer.
Okay.
Karen, can you make heads or tails of a highly detailed advanced defense system, turret, or AI program?
Nope.
then you're not going to get anything out of this either. If we do have any spare money, though, and you want to figure out a nice dinner for everybody as a little hurrah, we survived Sabine and made some money, I think that's pretty awesome.
I was planning on going and getting some food, but I know you've had it before. But that doesn't mean it's not good.
Color me interested.
We have a wonderful shop right outside our door.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
I'll go get us some food. You enjoy your stuff.
I'll try. Krill cracks what is probably the only smile of the day.
I'm gonna go get some food. Y'all, do your thing. Karen walks out.
I assume you haven't gone in contact with them recently and would need to touch base.
I haven't. Yes, I have been contacted recently.
You have been, or haven't?
I have been.
I would love to see this information then.
Troy motions over to the construction table and just gestures to it and says, "May I?"
By all means, please. As the hologram starts to shift to Troy's needs.
Troy just syncing really quick with the hologram. Displays. Sorry. God damn it. Alright. Displays this device on the hologram. It's about the size of a fist. It is intricate in nature. It seems to be mechanical and not electrical. It also seems to be a smaller piece of a larger, likely to be a component. And it has multiple subcomponents that are built separately and need to be manually integrated into it. I am not aware of the stated purpose of this device, nor do I intend to ask them. This was part of the agreement with gathering the information and intel on Elise. Do you think you would be capable of constructing this?
Absolutely. Okay, so this is an AI generated image. It's got pieces of a stator, what looks like an actual engine, some rotor system here. Can Krill in universe tell what this is from the first look of it?
No.
I believe it was deliberately designed to be vague.
Oh yes, they're probably chaining the mechanism so no one has any idea what the greater system is. Krill's got no issue with this. This is probably one of the more simpler things she's made. Krill quickly downloads the schematic. Looks to try and goes, it'll be done soon enough. As she's attaching her left arm back. Do they have a pickup location, or are they waiting for completion first?
I believe they will be waiting for completion first. And then we will be discussing where we will be dropping and delivering this.
Understood. Until then, I'll get to work.
Thank you. Keep me up to date on its progress.
Will do. Krill leans over the table, dissecting the schematic piece by piece, and laying out what will be her project ahead of her. The camera starts to lift up away, still looking down at this table, as she looks smaller and smaller and smaller, like an ant in this world. As we fade to